The Arts of Africa, Traditional and Contemporary Perspectives, written by Haya Vent, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1. Introduction to African Art. African art is a vast and multifaceted field that reflects the continent's rich cultural, historical, and social diversity. Spanning thousands of years, African artistic traditions encompass a wide range of forms, including sculpture, painting, textiles, pottery, body adornment, and architecture. These artistic expressions are deeply intertwined with the cultural and spiritual practices of the many ethnic groups across the continent. Unlike Western art, which has historically emphasized individual creativity and aesthetic beauty, African art is often functional, serving religious, political, and social purposes. The origins of African art can be traced back to prehistoric times, with some of the oldest known artistic expressions found in the form of rock paintings and engravings in the Sahara and Southern Africa. These early works provide insight into the lives, beliefs, and environments of ancient African societies. As civilizations developed, so did their artistic traditions. The kingdoms of Egypt, Nubia, Mali, Benin, and the Congo, among others, produced highly sophisticated art that reflected their cosmological beliefs, social structures, and power dynamics. Many of these early works were created to honor deities, commemorate rulers, or facilitate communication with ancestors. A defining characteristic of African art is its emphasis on symbolism and abstraction. Rather than striving for strict realism, African artists often depict figures and objects in stylized and exaggerated forms to convey deeper meanings. Masks, for example, are a prominent art form used in rituals, ceremonies, and performances, often representing spiritual beings, ancestors, or moral ideals. Sculptures, whether carved in wood, cast in bronze, or molded in terracotta, frequently embody themes of fertility, leadership, and protection. Oral tradition plays a significant role in the transmission of artistic knowledge and techniques in many African societies. Master artisans pass down their skills through generations, ensuring the preservation of traditional styles and methods. However, African art is not static. It continuously evolves, absorbing influences from trade, migration, and colonization. During the colonial era, African art was often misinterpreted or undervalued by European collectors and scholars. However, in the 20th century, modernist artists such as Pablo Picasso and Henri Matisse drew inspiration from African forms, bringing international attention to its aesthetic and conceptual innovations. In contemporary times, African artists continue to push boundaries, blending traditional themes with modern materials and global influences. Whether through painting, photography, digital art, or performance, they challenge stereotypes and reclaim narratives about African identity. The study of African art is essential for understanding the continent's history, cultural heritage, and its ongoing artistic renaissance. Defining African art, scope, and significance. African art is an expansive and dynamic field that encompasses a vast array of artistic traditions, styles, and mediums. It is deeply rooted in the cultural, spiritual, and social lives of the diverse communities across the African continent. Unlike Western art, which often emphasizes individual creativity and aesthetic appeal, African art is predominantly communal and functional, serving religious, political, and utilitarian purposes. From ancient rock paintings and intricate textiles to modern digital expressions, African art continues to evolve while maintaining strong connections to tradition. One of the defining characteristics of African art is its symbolic nature. Art in Africa is not merely decorative, but often carries deeper meanings related to spirituality, social hierarchy, and moral values. Masks, for example, are used in rituals, ceremonies, and festivals to embody spirits, ancestors, or deities. These masks, crafted from materials such as wood, metal, and fabric, play a crucial role in religious and social rites, allowing performers to communicate with the supernatural world or convey moral lessons. Similarly, African sculptures, whether in bronze, terracotta, or wood, frequently depict deities, ancestors, and royalty, reinforcing the connection between the physical and spiritual realms. Another important aspect of African art is its strong link to oral traditions. In many African societies, history, myths, and values are transmitted through storytelling, music, and performance, all of which are closely tied to artistic expression. Textile patterns, body adornment, and architectural designs often incorporate motifs that symbolize lineage, status, and community identity. The repetition of forms, bold geometric shapes, and exaggerated features commonly found in African art serve as visual languages that communicate cultural heritage and social principles. The scope of African art extends beyond traditional forms, as contemporary African artists continue to redefine its boundaries. The impact of colonization, globalization, and migration has led to new artistic expressions that blend indigenous techniques with modern materials and themes. Today, African art is gaining increased recognition in global art markets, museums, and exhibitions. Artists such as El Anatsui, Yinka Shonibare, and Wangechi Mutu challenge conventional narratives, exploring themes of identity, history, and post-colonialism through innovative approaches. The significance of African art lies in its ability to preserve cultural memory while adapting to contemporary realities. It serves as a powerful medium for storytelling, resistance, and self-expression. By studying African art, one gains a deeper understanding of the continent's diverse histories, philosophies, and creative resilience. As African artists continue to push boundaries and reclaim their narratives, the importance of their work in shaping both local and global artistic landscapes cannot be overstated. Historical context and cultural influences. African art is deeply intertwined with the historical and cultural evolution of the continent, reflecting the social structures, spiritual beliefs, and political systems of its many civilizations. From prehistoric times to the present, African artistic traditions have developed in response to historical events, trade networks, migrations, and external influences while maintaining a strong connection to indigenous customs and philosophies. The earliest known forms of African art date back tens of thousands of years, with rock paintings and engravings found in regions such as the Sahara and southern Africa. These ancient artworks depict scenes of hunting, rituals, and daily life, providing insight into the beliefs and practices of early African societies. As civilizations emerged and flourished, their artistic expressions became more complex and refined. The art of ancient Egypt, for example, is renowned for its monumental sculptures, hieroglyphic inscriptions, and intricate burial artifacts, which were deeply tied to religious beliefs about the afterlife. Similarly, the Nok culture of West Africa, dating back to around 1000 BCE, produced distinctive terracotta sculptures that reveal early artistic traditions in the region. Throughout history, African art has been shaped by interactions with neighboring cultures and external influences. Trade played a crucial role in the exchange of artistic ideas and materials. The trans-Saharan trade routes connected West Africa to North Africa and the Mediterranean, facilitating the spread of Islamic art and architecture. The influence of Islam can be seen in the geometric patterns and calligraphic designs of mosques in countries like Mali and Sudan. Likewise, the Swahili coast, which was a hub of trade between Africa, the Middle East, and Asia, developed a unique artistic style that blended African, Arab, and Persian elements in its architecture and decorative arts. The arrival of European colonial powers in the late 19th and early 20th centuries had a profound impact on African art. Colonial rule disrupted traditional artistic production, as European collectors and museums appropriated African artifacts, often stripping them of their original cultural context. At the same time, African artists began to incorporate new materials and techniques introduced by colonial influences, leading to the emergence of hybrid art forms. Despite colonial suppression, African art persisted as a means of resistance and cultural identity, with artists using their work to critique colonial oppression and assert their heritage. In the modern era, African artists continue to draw upon historical and cultural influences while engaging with contemporary global movements. From the revival of traditional techniques to the incorporation of digital media, African art remains a dynamic and evolving expression of the continent's rich history and diverse cultural landscapes. Through their work, artists preserve ancestral traditions while also challenging and redefining the narratives that shape African identity in the world today. Major artistic traditions across the continent. Africa is home to a vast and diverse array of artistic traditions, each shaped by the unique histories, belief systems, and social structures of different regions and ethnic groups. While there is no single African art style, certain artistic traditions have played a significant role in defining the continent's creative heritage. These traditions include sculpture, mask making, textiles, body adornment, architecture, and performance arts, each carrying deep cultural, spiritual, and social significance. One of the most prominent artistic traditions in Africa is sculpture, particularly in wood, bronze, and terracotta. West Africa is renowned for its sculptural heritage, with the Ife and Benin kingdoms producing highly detailed bronze and terracotta heads that depict royalty and deities. These sculptures, often associated with ancestor worship and political authority, highlight the sophisticated casting and carving techniques mastered by African artisans. Similarly, the Nok culture of Nigeria created some of the oldest known terracotta sculptures in Africa, featuring stylized human and animal figures that reflect early artistic traditions. Mask making is another widely practiced art form across the continent, deeply embedded in religious and ceremonial practices. Masks are used in rituals, dances, and festivals to communicate with spirits, honor ancestors, or mark important life transitions, such as initiation or harvest ceremonies. In Central and West Africa, the Bald Dogon Fang peoples are known for their intricate wooden masks, each designed with symbolic features representing wisdom, power, or fertility. The use of masks in performance brings them to life, as they are often accompanied by music, movement, and storytelling. Textiles and body adornment also play a crucial role in African artistic traditions. Weaving, dyeing, and embroidery techniques vary by region, with notable examples including kente cloth from Ghana, bogolanfini, mud cloth from Mali, and Adur indigo textiles from Nigeria. These textiles often feature symbolic patterns and colors that convey identity, status, or historical narratives. Similarly, beadwork among the Maasai, Zulu, and Ndebele communities serves as a form of personal and cultural expression, with intricate designs reflecting age, marital status, and social rank. African architectural traditions further showcase the continent's artistic diversity. From the earthen mosques of Mali to the stone ruins of Great Zimbabwe, African architecture reflects both functional and aesthetic values. Indigenous building techniques, such as mud brick construction and thatched roofing, continue to be used alongside modern innovations, demonstrating a balance between tradition and contemporary needs. Performance arts, including music, dance, and oral storytelling, are integral to African artistic expression. Drumming, chanting, and movement are often intertwined with visual art forms, creating immersive cultural experiences. These traditions not only preserve history and beliefs, but also serve as a means of social cohesion and identity. Through these varied artistic expressions, Africa's rich and dynamic cultural legacy continues to thrive and evolve. Art as a reflection of African society. African art is more than just a form of aesthetic expression. It is a profound reflection of the values, beliefs, and social structures that shape the societies in which it is created. Art in Africa is intricately tied to cultural identity, community life, and spiritual practices, making it a powerful tool for expressing social roles, communal experiences, and collective memory. Throughout the continent, art serves not only as a means of personal expression, but also as a reflection of the relationship between the individual and the wider social and spiritual world. In many African societies, art is produced with a strong sense of purpose and is often imbued with symbolic meaning. For example, sculptures, Masks, and other visual art forms are created with specific intentions to honor ancestors, celebrate deities, or facilitate communication with the spiritual realm. The role of the artist, therefore, extends beyond that of a craftsman. They are often seen as a mediator between the physical world and the divine. This spiritual and social role elevates the value of African art, positioning it as a vital part of community life rather than mere decoration. African art also serves as a reflection of the hierarchical and communal nature of many societies. For instance, in many African cultures, works of art are used to depict figures of authority, such as rulers, elders, and spiritual leaders. These artworks are designed to convey power, wisdom, and the sacredness of leadership. Sculptures and masks often represent kings, warriors, or ancestors in ways that emphasize their significance to the community. In this way, art helps reinforce social structures and legitimizes authority. At the same time, African art also plays a role in marking important life events and transitions. Art is used to celebrate births, marriages, and deaths, while also marking key stages of life such as initiation ceremonies and rites of passage. These events are often commemorated with performances, dances, and the creation of temporary or permanent artworks that symbolize the transition from one stage of life to another. This reinforces the interconnectedness of individuals with their communities and the larger cosmological order. Moreover, African art is a reflection of the dynamic nature of African societies, constantly evolving in response to both internal and external influences. The continent's history of trade, migration, colonization, and global interaction has had a significant impact on the artistic practices of its peoples. While traditional forms of art continue to thrive, contemporary African artists are increasingly drawing on global themes and modern materials, further demonstrating how African art reflects the complexities of modern African identity and society. Through both traditional and contemporary forms, African art continues to serve as a powerful means of communication, cultural expression, and social commentary. The role of oral traditions in art. Oral traditions play a fundamental role in shaping African art, serving as a primary means of preserving history, conveying cultural values, and transmitting artistic knowledge across generations. In many African societies, oral storytelling, proverbs, songs, and rituals form the backbone of cultural life, influencing the creation and interpretation of art. Rather than relying on written records, African communities have used verbal communication and performative practices to pass down their heritage, making art an integral part of the oral tradition. Art in Africa is often seen as a visual representation of stories, myths, and historical events told through oral narration. Many African societies view the artist as a storyteller, with their work acting as a bridge between the past and the present. Sculptures, masks, textiles, and other art forms are infused with meaning drawn from the stories that have been passed down through generations. These artworks do not exist in isolation, but are part of a larger narrative framework that is oral in nature. For instance, a mask used in a ceremonial dance may symbolize an ancestor or spirit, its features and forms directly connected to oral myths and ancestral tales. Through such art, the community is reminded of its history, values, and identity, all of which are deeply rooted in oral traditions. In addition to preserving cultural history, oral traditions also inform the symbolic language used in African art. The use of symbolism in African visual arts is often linked to proverbs, songs, and oral teachings. The visual language of art, such as the stylized representation of human figures, animals, or abstract forms, can be understood through the same lenses used in oral storytelling. Just as oral traditions use metaphors and symbolism to convey meaning, African art often relies on similar techniques to communicate deeper cultural truths and spiritual ideas. This interconnectedness highlights the importance of oral traditions in shaping the way art is created and understood. Moreover, the act of storytelling itself often becomes an art form in its own right. Oral performances, such as those by griots, traditional West African storytellers, can involve singing, reciting poetry, and dramatizing historical events. These performances may be accompanied by visual art, including music, dance, and the display of artistic objects. The dynamic relationship between spoken word and visual art in these performances emphasizes the role of oral tradition in enriching and expanding the scope of African art. Ultimately, the role of oral traditions in African art reinforces the importance of community and collective memory. Art and oral storytelling work hand in hand to convey the values, beliefs, and histories that define African societies, ensuring that the wisdom of past generations continues to resonate within contemporary cultural practices. Chapter 2: Indigenous Materials and Techniques. The artistic traditions of Africa are deeply connected to the indigenous materials and techniques that have been passed down through generations. These materials are not only functional, but often carry cultural, spiritual, and symbolic significance. The use of locally available resources reflects the profound relationship between African peoples and their environments, with artists drawing on nature's bounty to create works that serve both practical and ritualistic purposes. From the intricate carvings of wood to the woven textiles of grass and the vibrant pigments used in body art, the materials used in African art are as diverse as the continent itself. Wood is one of the most commonly used materials in African sculpture. Across West, Central, and Southern Africa, artists carve intricate figures and masks from various types of wood, such as ebony, mahogany, and cedar. The selection of wood often holds symbolic importance, with certain types associated with particular deities, ancestors, or spirits. The technique of wood carving is not merely an artistic expression, but is deeply tied to religious and cultural rituals. Many wooden sculptures serve as mediators between the physical world and the spiritual realm, symbolizing ancestral figures or gods that are venerated through art. Similarly, masks made from wood are used in ceremonies to represent spiritual beings and are often integral to rites of passage, harvest festivals, or funeral rites. Clay is another material that has been used for millennia in African art, particularly in the creation of pottery and sculptures. Pottery in many African cultures is not only functional but also highly decorative. Terracotta figurines, often depicting fertility symbols or ancestral figures, are found across the continent, from the Nok culture of Nigeria to the Kingdom of Ife in West Africa. Pottery making techniques vary widely, but common practices include hand building, coiling, and firing pottery in open pits or kilns. These vessels are often adorned with symbolic designs and motifs that reflect the cultural values and beliefs of the people who created them. Textiles and fibers are also central to African art, particularly in the production of clothing, ceremonial objects, and tapestries. Weaving is a widespread technique, with each region developing its distinctive styles and methods. In West Africa, kente cloth is woven from silk and cotton, known for its colorful patterns that convey messages of social identity and history. Similarly, in Central Africa, the Kuba people are renowned for their elaborate raffia weaving and embroidery, which are used to create both textiles for clothing and ceremonial art pieces. In addition to weaving, dyeing techniques such as indigo and mud dyeing are used to create intricate patterns on cloth, each design holding specific meanings related to status, lineage, or spirituality. Metals, including gold, iron, and bronze, have been used in African art for both decorative and functional purposes. Ironworking is particularly prominent in cultures like the Nok and the Yoruba, where the crafting of metal objects, from tools to ceremonial items, demonstrates advanced technical skill. Gold, often associated with wealth and power, has been used to create jewelry, masks, and statuettes, especially in kingdoms like Benin and the Ashanti Empire, where gold played a significant role in royal regalia. The indigenous materials and techniques employed in African art not only highlight the resourcefulness of African artists, but also serve as a testament to the cultural, spiritual, and societal values that have been passed down through generations. Through the use of locally sourced materials and time-honored techniques, African art remains deeply connected to the land, the people, and the rituals that continue to define the continent's cultural identity. Traditional artistic materials: wood, clay, metal, and fiber. Traditional African art is deeply rooted in the use of locally sourced materials that reflect both the natural environment and the cultural, spiritual, and social values of the communities. Four of the most significant materials in African artistic traditions are wood, clay, metal, and fiber. These materials have been used for centuries in a variety of artistic forms, ranging from sculpture and masks to textiles and pottery. Each material is chosen not only for its physical properties, but also for its symbolic meanings and spiritual associations within the culture. Wood is one of the most widely used materials in African art, particularly in sculpture and mask making. Its natural availability and ease of manipulation make it ideal for creating intricate figures, representations of deities, ancestors, and spiritual beings. Different types of wood, such as mahogany, ebony, and cedar, are chosen for their density, texture, and symbolic significance. In many cultures, wood is considered a living material, imbued with energy and spiritual power. The process of carving is often seen as a sacred act, with the artist channeling spiritual forces to bring the form to life. Masks, carved from wood, play a key role in rituals and performances, acting as vessels for the spirits they represent. These masks are used in ceremonies for healing, initiation, and honoring ancestors, and their creation and use are surrounded by sacred rituals. Clay has been used for millennia in African art, primarily in pottery and sculpture. In many African societies, clay is associated with the earth and feminine energy, as it is a material that can be molded and shaped by human hands. Pottery making traditions vary widely across the continent, with each region developing its distinct methods and styles. In West Africa, for example, women are traditionally the primary potters, crafting both functional and decorative vessels for domestic use, as well as ceremonial objects. Terracotta figures, such as those from the Nok culture in Nigeria, are among the oldest known sculptures in Africa, and they continue to be a symbol of ancient African artistic heritage. Clay is also used in the creation of ritual objects and sculptures, often with intricate designs that reflect cultural beliefs about ancestry, fertility, and the divine. Metalworking is another key artistic tradition in Africa, with gold, iron, and bronze being the most commonly used metals. Metal has symbolic significance in many African societies, often representing wealth, power, and the sacred. Gold, for instance, was a central feature of the art of the Ashanti Kingdom, where it was used to craft royal regalia, jewelry, and ceremonial objects. The Benin Kingdom in West Africa is famous for its intricate bronze plaques and sculptures, which depict historical events, royal figures, and gods. Ironworking, too, is highly developed in certain regions, such as among the Yoruba and the Nok peoples, where metal is used to create tools, weapons, and figurative sculptures. The craft of metalworking in Africa often involves complex techniques, such as casting, forging, and repoussé, which are passed down through generations. Fiber, including materials such as raffia, cotton, and bark cloth, plays a significant role in African textile arts. Weaving and dyeing techniques are widespread across the continent, with different regions specializing in particular methods. In West Africa, the weaving of kente cloth is a well-known tradition where silk and cotton fibers are interlaced to create vibrant patterns that carry symbolic meanings related to identity, history, and spirituality. Raffia, a fiber derived from palm trees, is used in both weaving and embroidery, particularly in Central Africa, where it is crafted into intricate garments and ceremonial textiles. These fiber arts are not just functional, but are imbued with cultural significance, often serving as markers of social status, ethnic identity, and ceremonial roles. The use of wood, clay, metal, and fiber in African art is a testament to the deep connection between the people and their environment. These materials are transformed through skillful techniques into powerful artistic expressions that reflect the values, beliefs, and histories of the communities that produce them. Whether in the form of a wooden mask, a clay pot, a gold necklace, or a woven textile, each piece of art serves as a link between the material world and the spiritual, a means of communication with the past and the divine. Techniques of carving, weaving, and pottery. The techniques of carving, weaving, and pottery are fundamental to African artistic traditions, each representing a time-honored method of transforming natural materials into objects of cultural, spiritual, and functional significance. These techniques have been passed down through generations, often with variations in style and approach based on regional and cultural differences. However, all of them share a deep connection to the environment, community, and belief systems, reflecting the values and identity of the people who use them. Carving is perhaps one of the most recognized techniques in African art, particularly in the creation of sculptures and masks. The process of carving is deeply rooted in African cosmology, as it is believed that the artist is channeling spiritual forces or ancestors through the work. Wood is the primary material used for carving, with artists selecting specific types of wood for their durability, grain, and symbolic associations. The technique varies by region, with some cultures focusing on realistic human forms, while others emphasize abstraction or stylization. The carving process begins with rough cutting to shape the material, followed by finer detailing to capture the desired features. In many cultures, masks are carved for use in ceremonial dances and rituals, where the mask becomes a vessel for ancestral spirits or gods. The carving itself is considered a sacred process, and the completed piece often plays an integral role in the spiritual and social life of the community. Weaving is another critical technique in African art, and it is used to create textiles, garments, and decorative pieces. The practice of weaving is often a communal activity, with skills passed down from one generation to the next. In many regions, weaving is traditionally done by women, and the production of cloth can be both a form of artistic expression and a method of maintaining cultural identity. One of the most famous examples of weaving in Africa is the creation of kente cloth in Ghana, where vibrant, intricately patterned fabrics are produced using silk and cotton. The technique involves interlacing threads on a loom, with the weaver carefully arranging the patterns and colors to convey specific meanings or messages related to history, social status, and spirituality. In Central Africa, raffia weaving is common, where palm fibers are used to create clothing, mats, and ceremonial objects. Weaving is not just a craft, it is an art form with deep cultural and symbolic significance. Pottery is one of the oldest artistic traditions in Africa, with techniques that have been practiced for thousands of years. Pottery making involves shaping clay into vessels or figurines, followed by firing the pieces to harden them. The technique differs between regions, but the basic process remains the same. Pottery is often shaped by hand, with some cultures employing coiling or hand-building methods, while others use a potter's wheel. Once the shape is formed, the pottery is decorated using incised designs, painting, or natural pigments to add aesthetic value and symbolic meaning. Pottery serves both functional and ceremonial purposes in African societies. In some cultures, pottery is used for cooking, storing food and water, while in others, it is made for ritualistic purposes, such as representing fertility or ancestors. In the Nok culture of Nigeria, terracotta figurines were created with great skill and detail, often used in rituals and offerings. Pottery, in its various forms, represents both the practical and spiritual aspects of African life. The techniques of carving, weaving, and pottery highlight the creativity, skill, and cultural depth of African art. These traditions are not merely artistic expressions, but serve as vehicles for preserving history, spirituality, and social identity. Through the use of these techniques, African artists continue to connect with the past while shaping the future, ensuring that their heritage remains a vital and living part of the cultural landscape. Symbolism in material choices. In African art, the materials chosen for creating artworks are often imbued with deep symbolic meaning, reflecting the spiritual, social, and cultural beliefs of the communities. These materials are not merely selected for their practical uses or aesthetic qualities, but are also significant in conveying important messages about identity, power, spirituality, and the natural world. The symbolism behind material choices reveals how closely African art is tied to the beliefs, rituals, and histories of the people who create and use it. Wood, one of the most common materials in African sculpture, carries profound spiritual significance. It is often considered a living material, symbolizing life itself as it is derived from trees that grow and regenerate. In many African cultures, wood is associated with ancestors, spirits, and deities, reflecting the interconnectedness between the natural and spiritual realms. For instance, in West Africa, the Yoruba people believe that certain trees are sacred and that carving them into figures or masks brings these spiritual beings into the physical world. The type of wood used can also carry specific connotations. For example, ebony, known for its dark, rich color, is often used in the creation of royal figures, symbolizing wisdom and authority. Clay, another widely used material in African art, symbolizes fertility, transformation, and the connection to the earth. Pottery is often associated with women, who are seen as the life givers and nurturers within African societies. The act of molding clay is a metaphor for childbirth, as the material is shaped and formed much like the process of creating life. In addition to functional pottery, clay is used to create sculptures and figurines, many of which represent fertility, ancestor worship, and spiritual beliefs. In regions like West Africa, terracotta figures are created to honor ancestors or gods, reflecting the community's deep respect for their forebears and their belief in the continuity of life. Metals, including gold, bronze, and iron, carry their own set of symbolic meanings in African art. Gold, often associated with royalty and wealth, represents power, divine favor, and the sacred. The Ashanti people of Ghana, for example, have long used gold in their royal regalia and ceremonial objects, where it symbolizes the spiritual power and divine right of kings. Bronze and brass, particularly in the Benin Kingdom, are used to create intricate plaques and sculptures that depict historical events and royalty, symbolizing the enduring legacy of the kingdom's rulers. Iron, on the other hand, is associated with strength and resilience, with ironworking traditions being particularly significant among the Yoruba and Nok cultures. Iron tools, weapons, and sculptures reflect the technological prowess and cultural importance of metalworking in African societies. Fiber, such as raffia, cotton, and silk, is another important material in African art, often used in the creation of textiles and garments. These materials carry meanings related to status, identity, and social roles. Raffia, for example, is used in the creation of clothing and ceremonial objects, particularly in Central Africa, where it signifies wealth and prestige. In West Africa, kente cloth, woven from silk and cotton, conveys messages of historical events, social status, and personal identity through its vibrant patterns and colors. Each pattern and color combination has specific meanings, making the textile not only a beautiful work of art, but also a powerful visual language. The symbolism in material choices within African art reveals how deeply art is embedded in the cultural and spiritual fabric of society. Materials are not just tools for creation. They carry layers of meaning that connect the work of art to the natural, spiritual, and social worlds, helping to preserve and communicate the values, beliefs, and histories of African communities. Through these materials, artists continue to express the intangible aspects of life, ensuring that their cultural narratives remain vibrant and relevant across generations. Preservation and restoration challenges. Preserving and restoring African art presents significant challenges, given the diverse materials, environmental conditions, and cultural contexts in which the art has been created. African art, both traditional and contemporary, often faces deterioration due to exposure to natural elements, aging materials, and the complex realities of cultural heritage management. These challenges require careful attention, respect for indigenous knowledge, and a deep understanding of the cultural significance of the art. One of the primary issues in the preservation of African art is the natural degradation of materials. Wood, clay, and textiles, common materials in African artistic traditions, are particularly vulnerable to environmental factors such as humidity, temperature fluctuations, and insect infestations. For example, wooden sculptures and masks can suffer from termite damage, cracking, or warping when exposed to changing weather conditions. Similarly, textiles, which are often made from natural fibers like cotton, silk, or raffia, can deteriorate from prolonged exposure to light and moisture, leading to fading, disintegration, or mold growth. Pottery and clay figures are also susceptible to cracking and erosion, especially when they are not properly cared for or stored. In addition to environmental factors, the context in which African art is displayed or stored can pose challenges to its preservation. Many traditional artworks were not originally created with the intention of being permanently housed in museums or galleries. Instead, they were designed to be used in specific ceremonies, rituals, or daily activities. As such, the shift from functional use to static display often alters the art's condition, with many artworks becoming more fragile and vulnerable to damage over time. The delicate balance between respecting the traditional use of the art and ensuring its preservation in modern contexts is an ongoing issue. The restoration of African art also presents unique difficulties, especially when dealing with culturally sensitive works. Some objects, such as masks, sculptures, and textiles, carry deep spiritual or ritual significance. As such, their restoration is not simply a technical process, but one that requires a cultural understanding of their role in the community. Restoring these works can be seen as a delicate process, as any alteration or intervention risks disrupting the integrity of the object's cultural meaning. There is also the question of authenticity. In some cases, the introduction of modern materials or techniques in restoration efforts may be viewed as compromising the original craftsmanship and aesthetic of the artwork. Moreover, the historical context of colonialism and the dispersal of African art across global institutions further complicates preservation and restoration efforts. Many African artworks were removed from their original contexts, sometimes without proper documentation or understanding of their cultural significance. The repatriation of such art is an ongoing conversation as it raises ethical concerns about ownership, cultural identity, and the role of museums and collectors. The preservation and restoration of African art cannot be fully understood without considering the cultural heritage and rightful ownership of these pieces. Ultimately, the preservation and restoration of African art require a collaborative approach involving local communities, cultural custodians, conservationists, and institutions. Recognizing the deep cultural ties between the art and its people is essential in ensuring that restoration efforts maintain the integrity of both the material and the meaning. By addressing these challenges thoughtfully and respectfully, African art can continue to be appreciated, studied, and celebrated by future generations. The impact of colonialism on artistic methods. The impact of colonialism on African art is profound and multifaceted, altering both the methods and the meaning behind artistic creation across the continent. Colonial powers, particularly during the 19th and early 20th centuries, sought to impose Western values, aesthetics, and ideologies on the indigenous cultures they dominated. This resulted in significant shifts in artistic methods, materials, and purposes, as traditional African art was either suppressed or redirected to align with colonial expectations. These changes not only affected the production of art, but also reshaped the cultural narratives and practices surrounding it. One of the most significant ways colonialism influenced African artistic methods was through the introduction of new materials and techniques. Western art materials, such as oil paints, canvas, and easels, became more widely available and began to replace traditional African media like wood, clay, and natural fibers. This shift was not merely technological, but also cultural, as colonial powers often devalued traditional African art forms in favor of European standards. African artists were encouraged to adopt Western artistic styles, which emphasized realism, perspective, and individualism, as opposed to the abstract and communal nature of traditional African art. This imposed stylistic shift created a tension between preserving indigenous practices and adapting to the expectations of colonial rulers, with many African artists caught between these two worlds. Furthermore, colonialism disrupted the social and ceremonial functions of art. Much of traditional African art was created for specific communal purposes, such as rituals, ceremonies, and spiritual practices. Under colonial rule, many of these practices were forbidden or heavily restricted, leading to a decline in the production of certain types of art. Religious symbols, ancestral representations, and ritual objects that were central to African culture were often destroyed or replaced with Western religious iconography. This not only led to the loss of artistic methods, but also the erosion of cultural identities tied to these practices. In some cases, African artists began to adapt traditional forms of art to the new religious or social contexts imposed by colonialism, blending indigenous techniques with European influences. The colonial impact on African art also led to the appropriation and exploitation of African artistic traditions. Many African artworks were taken from their original contexts and displayed in European museums as part of colonial collections. These objects were often stripped of their cultural significance, displayed as mere curiosities or artifacts rather than respected works of art. The appropriation of African art further deepened the cultural divide, as the colonial powers used these objects to perpetuate stereotypes and justifications for their rule. However, this appropriation also sparked the development of new forms of artistic expression, as African artists began to reclaim their heritage through the creation of art that reflected their resistance to colonial oppression. Despite the lasting effects of colonialism on African artistic methods, the post-colonial period has seen a revival and reassertion of indigenous artistic practices. Contemporary African artists have reclaimed traditional techniques and symbolism, often blending them with modern influences to create unique forms of expression. The influence of colonialism is still evident, but many artists have used this history as a tool for critiquing the colonial legacy and asserting African identity. In this way, colonialism not only altered African artistic methods, but also set the stage for the emergence of a dynamic and evolving contemporary art scene across the continent. Chapter 3: Sculpture and Mask Making. Sculpture and mask making are two of the most important and prominent artistic traditions across Africa, playing crucial roles in the spiritual, social, and cultural lives of many African communities. These art forms are not just decorative, but serve as powerful tools for communication, ritual, and identity, often bridging the gap between the physical and spiritual worlds. The tradition of creating sculptures and masks is deeply rooted in African cosmology, where they embody ancestral spirits, deities, and other supernatural forces. These works of art are often made to participate in ceremonial rites, rituals, and celebrations, reinforcing community values and beliefs. African sculpture is an intricate art form, with works ranging from small, intimate figurines to monumental sculptures. The primary materials used in sculpture vary across regions and cultures, but often include wood, stone, ivory, metal, and clay. Wood, however, is the most commonly used material in many African societies, favored for its accessibility and symbolic significance. Sculptors select specific types of wood for their works, with some materials chosen for their hardness or texture, while others are selected for their spiritual importance. The act of carving itself is seen as a sacred process in many cultures, as the sculptor is believed to channel spiritual forces or communicate with the ancestors through the medium of the sculpture. In addition to the physicality of the sculptures, the forms and styles vary greatly across the African continent. In some regions, particularly in West and Central Africa, sculptures are highly stylized and abstract, with exaggerated features or geometric shapes that convey symbolic meaning. These works often represent gods, ancestors, or important figures within the community. In other regions, particularly in Eastern and Southern Africa, sculptures may take on more naturalistic forms with attention to lifelike proportions and features, though still carrying symbolic and spiritual meanings. Regardless of the style, sculptures often serve as vessels for ancestral or spiritual presence and are used in rituals to invoke blessings, protection, and guidance. Mask making is another central component of African art, closely linked to performance and ritual. Masks are typically created for use in dances, ceremonies, and other communal events, where they function as representations of gods, spirits, ancestors, or mythological beings. Like sculptures, masks are believed to embody spiritual forces, allowing the wearer or performer to temporarily embody the spirit or entity the mask represents. The materials used in mask making are diverse, with wood being the primary material, although leather, cloth, ivory, and metal can also be used. The masks are often intricately carved and decorated, with vibrant colors and patterns that enhance their symbolic power. In many African cultures, the wearing of a mask is a transformative experience, both for the wearer and the community. The mask allows individuals to assume the identity of the spiritual being it represents, and through dance or other rituals, they act as a conduit between the physical world and the spiritual realm. For example, among the Yoruba people in West Africa, the Eyo festival features elaborate masks and performances to honor the king and ancestors, creating a symbolic connection between the living and the deceased. Similarly, the masks used in various initiation ceremonies are integral to the rites of passage, helping to guide individuals through the transition to adulthood or spiritual maturity. Both sculpture and mask making reflect the deep cultural, spiritual, and social dimensions of African art. These traditions continue to evolve, with contemporary African artists drawing upon these practices to address modern issues while maintaining their cultural roots. Through these art forms, African communities continue to preserve their heritage while simultaneously adapting to the challenges of the present, ensuring that sculpture and mask making remain vital aspects of African cultural expression. The spiritual and ritualistic role of masks. In African societies, masks hold deep spiritual and ritualistic significance, serving as essential instruments in connecting the physical world with the spiritual realm. They are not merely decorative items, but are considered powerful vehicles for embodying spirits, deities, ancestors, and other supernatural forces. The wearing of a mask, especially during ceremonies, rituals, and performances, allows individuals to channel these spiritual beings, fostering a sense of transformation and transcendence. These masks are integral to the continuity of cultural traditions and play a critical role in maintaining social order, community cohesion, and spiritual well-being. Masks in African art are often created for specific purposes, usually tied to rituals such as initiation, fertility rites, ancestor worship, or healing ceremonies. They are crafted with the belief that they are imbued with spiritual energy or divine power. When worn, masks are thought to temporarily transform the wearer into a different being, often a supernatural force, deity, or ancestral spirit. For example, in the context of initiation ceremonies, masks play a role in guiding young individuals through the transition to adulthood by invoking ancestral wisdom and protection. In many African cultures, masks symbolize the presence of spirits, providing a tangible connection to the intangible and facilitating communication with the spiritual world. In West Africa, the use of masks in ceremonies such as the Yoruba Eyo festival and the Gelide masquerades illustrates the role masks play in reinforcing social hierarchies and cultural values. The Eyo festival, a significant event in Lagos, Nigeria, uses elaborate masks to honor deities, ancestors, and the royal family. The mask wearers represent spiritual intermediaries, connecting the divine with the community. Similarly, the Gelede masks, used by the Yoruba people, are worn during rituals that honor powerful women, especially mothers and elder women, who are considered spiritually potent and responsible for the welfare of the community. In these instances, the masks are not just visual representations, but are seen as active participants in the ritualistic process. In many African societies, masks are also used for therapeutic purposes. They are believed to have the power to cure illness or restore balance to individuals or communities. For instance, among the Baul people of Côte d'Ivoire, masks used in healing ceremonies are thought to hold the power to banish negative forces and restore health. The physical act of wearing the mask and performing a ritual dance is believed to bring about healing by invoking the spirits or deities associated with the mask. The performance itself, with its accompanying music, dance, and ritual movements, forms an essential part of the healing process, creating an environment where both the physical and spiritual realms can interact harmoniously. The symbolism of masks extends beyond their ritual use. They are also a reflection of the values, beliefs, and aesthetics of the communities that create them. Mask-making traditions vary significantly across Africa, each with unique styles, materials, and symbolic meanings. Despite these differences, what remains constant is the belief that the mask carries spiritual power and plays an essential role in the community's relationship with the divine, the ancestors, and the natural world. Through the creation, performance, and use of masks, African societies maintain a connection to their cultural roots while navigating the challenges of the spiritual and physical worlds. In contemporary Africa, the use of masks continues to be significant, not only in traditional settings, but also as a form of artistic expression that bridges the past and present. Modern African artists draw on the rich legacy of mask making while using it to address contemporary issues, showing the enduring relevance and transformative power of masks in African cultures. Regional variations in African sculpture. African sculpture is diverse, reflecting the vast cultural, historical, and geographical differences across the continent. While many African societies share a deep-rooted connection to spiritual and ancestral beliefs, the ways in which these ideas are expressed through sculpture vary significantly from region to region. Each area of Africa has developed its own unique sculptural traditions, materials, and techniques, shaped by local customs, available resources, and the specific roles these sculptures play in society. In West Africa, sculpture is often associated with powerful symbolic meanings and is deeply integrated into the religious and political structures of the region. The Yoruba people, for instance, are renowned for their highly detailed wooden figures and masks, which are used in religious rituals and ceremonies. These sculptures often represent deities, ancestral spirits, or important figures in Yoruba cosmology. The stylization of these figures can vary, with some pieces focusing on exaggerated facial features or symbolic elements, while others maintain a more naturalistic approach. The famous Benin bronzes, created by the Edo people of the Benin Kingdom, are another example of West African sculpture that combines technical mastery with rich symbolism. These brass plaques and sculptures were used to commemorate the achievements of the kingdom's rulers and were displayed in royal palaces. They are known for their intricate details and high-relief figures, showcasing the skilled metalworking techniques developed in the region. Central Africa is home to some of the most iconic and powerful forms of sculpture, particularly among the Kuba, Chokwe, and Fang peoples. In this region, sculptures are often made of wood, but other materials like ivory, bronze, and beads are also used. Central African sculptures tend to be highly abstract and stylized, with exaggerated features and geometric forms. Among the Fang people, for example, wooden masks are carved to represent spirits or ancestors, often with a flattened face and pronounced features, which convey a sense of otherworldly power. The Chokwe are known for their sculptural works, including beautifully crafted wooden figures that represent both human and spiritual beings, often with a focus on fertility and protection. In East Africa, sculpture tends to be more influenced by the use of masks and figures in initiation and healing ceremonies. The Makonde people, known for their intricate wood carving, are famous for their tree of life sculptures, which are highly detailed and typically depict complex scenes of family life or spiritual journeys. These sculptures are often carved from a single piece of wood and display a remarkable fluidity of form, reflecting both the artist's technical skill and the deep spiritual significance of the work. Southern Africa also boasts a rich tradition of sculpture, notably among the Shona people of Zimbabwe, who are famous for their stone sculptures. Shona sculptures are characterized by their smooth, polished surfaces and often feature human and animal figures that express emotions, spirituality, and the connection to nature. These sculptures have gained international recognition for their artistic innovation and emotional depth. The Zulu and Xhosa peoples of South Africa also have traditions of sculpture, especially in the form of headrests and carved figures, which reflect their connection to ancestors and their belief in the importance of material culture in daily life. Overall, the regional variations in African sculpture highlight the continent's diverse cultural expressions and the ways in which art reflects the values, beliefs, and practices of its people. These variations demonstrate how African sculpture is not just an aesthetic endeavor, but a deeply embedded part of the social and spiritual fabric of the continent, showcasing the creativity and ingenuity of African artists across time and space. The influence of ancestral worship on art. Ancestral worship has had a profound influence on African art, shaping the ways in which art is created, understood, and used in various African societies. The belief in the power of ancestors and their ongoing role in the lives of their descendants is central to many African cultures. Art, particularly sculpture, masks, and other ritual objects, serves as a medium through which the living communicate with the ancestors, honor their memory, and invoke their blessings and protection. This spiritual connection between art and the ancestral realm is a cornerstone of African religious practices and continues to influence the creation of art in both traditional and contemporary forms. In many African societies, ancestral figures are represented through sculptures, masks, and figurines that embody the spirits of deceased family members or important historical figures. These works are often created with the belief that they serve as physical manifestations of the ancestors' presence, and through them, the living can access their wisdom, guidance, and protection. The Yoruba people, for example, create beautifully carved wooden figures known as ere ibeji to honor deceased twin children. These figures are believed to house the spirits of the twins, and offerings are made to them to ensure that the ancestors' blessings continue to flow to the living members of the family. Similarly, in the Dogon culture of Mali, ancestral figures are sculpted from wood and are used in ceremonies to connect the community with its ancestral past and maintain a sense of continuity between the living and the deceased. Masks also play a critical role in ancestral worship, particularly in performance-based rituals. In many African societies, masks are worn during ceremonies that seek to honor or invoke the spirits of ancestors. These masks, often highly stylized and intricate, are not simply objects of visual beauty. They are believed to house the spirits they represent. During rituals, dancers wear the masks to embody the ancestral spirits, acting as intermediaries between the physical world and the spiritual realm. Among the Bald people of Côte d'Ivoire, masks are created to represent powerful ancestors and are used in ceremonies that seek their guidance and protection. The wearer of the mask becomes a conduit for the ancestral spirit, and the performance is believed to bring the community closer to the spiritual world. The influence of ancestral worship on art is also seen in the symbolism and iconography present in many African artworks. Certain forms, colors, and materials are used intentionally to evoke the presence of ancestors or to convey specific messages related to ancestry and lineage. For instance, the use of metal, particularly brass and copper, is often associated with ancestral power and protection. Metal objects, such as the brass plaques created by the Benin Kingdom, depict scenes of royal figures, warriors, and ancestors, reinforcing the connection between the living rulers and their ancestral predecessors. Similarly, colors such as red, black, and white are often used symbolically to represent different stages of life, the cycle of death and rebirth, and the spiritual connection between ancestors and the living. Ancestral worship also influences the role of art in community life. Art is not merely a form of individual expression, but serves a communal purpose, uniting people in shared rituals and beliefs. The creation and use of art in ancestral worship foster a sense of continuity, reinforcing the idea that the past is not separate from the present, but is actively present in the lives of the living. Art, in this context, becomes a powerful tool for maintaining social order, strengthening cultural identity, and preserving the collective memory of the community. Today, the influence of ancestral worship continues to shape contemporary African art as artists draw upon traditional themes, symbols, and practices to explore issues of identity, heritage, and spirituality. In this way, the connection between ancestral worship and art remains a vital force, ensuring that the legacies of past generations continue to resonate in the present. Through the creative practices that honor and invoke the ancestors, African artists contribute to the ongoing dialogue between the past, present, and future. Woodcarving and metalwork traditions. Woodcarving and metalwork are two of the most significant and enduring artistic traditions in Africa, each with a rich history that spans centuries. Both art forms have deep cultural, spiritual, and social importance, often used to create objects that are not only functional but also symbolic. These traditions reflect the values, beliefs, and craftsmanship of African societies, with each region having its own distinct approach to carving wood and working with metal. The mastery of these materials has allowed African artists to express a wide range of cultural narratives, from religious and ancestral representations to royal iconography and daily life. Wood carving is one of the most widespread art forms across Africa, particularly in West and Central Africa. Many African societies use wood carving to create ritual objects, masks, figures, and architectural elements. The choice of wood itself often carries symbolic meaning, with specific types of wood being preferred for their durability, texture, and spiritual significance. For example, the Yoruba people of Nigeria are renowned for their intricately carved wooden figures and masks, which are used in religious ceremonies, royal rituals, and ancestral worship. The act of carving wood is not just seen as a physical process, but as a spiritual one, with carvers often believed to be channeling ancestral spirits or divine forces through their work. These carvings are deeply symbolic, representing both the human and the divine, and they play an essential role in maintaining the spiritual and social order of the community. In East and Central Africa, wood carving traditions are also highly developed, with groups such as the Makonde and the Chokwe known for their elaborate and expressive sculptures. The Makonde, for example, are famous for their Tree of Life sculptures, which depict intricate scenes of human figures intertwined with symbolic representations of family, community, and the spiritual world. The Chokwe people of Angola are known for their carved masks and figures that are used in initiation ceremonies and other important rituals, with each carving carrying specific meanings tied to fertility, health, and protection. Metalwork, while less widespread than wood carving, has had an equally significant role in African art, particularly in West and Central Africa, where metals like brass, copper, and iron were highly valued. The art of metalworking was often reserved for specialists and played a key role in creating items for both utilitarian and ceremonial purposes. One of the most famous examples of African metalwork is the Benin bronzes, a series of plaques and sculptures created by the Edo people of Nigeria. These bronzes, often depicting royal figures, deities, and historical events, were used to adorn the royal palace and served as a testament to the power and sophistication of the Benin Kingdom. The intricate details and high-relief designs of these metalworks reflect the skill and artistry of the Benin metalworkers, whose techniques were passed down through generations. In the Kingdom of Ife, located in modern-day Nigeria, metalworking also flourished, particularly with the creation of life-sized bronze heads that were cast to represent important kings and figures. These sculptures are renowned for their realistic portrayal of facial features, demonstrating the advanced casting techniques developed by African artisans long before European influence. Similarly, the Kuba people of the Congo are known for their use of copper and other metals in creating royal regalia, ceremonial objects, and jewelry, which signify the importance of leadership and ancestry in their society. Both wood carving and metalwork are vital components of African cultural heritage, each contributing to the rich tapestry of African art. Through these traditions, African societies have expressed their beliefs, social structures, and identities. The craftsmanship involved in both wood carving and metalworking is passed down through generations, ensuring that these art forms remain vital expressions of African cultural life today. Whether through the creation of spiritual masks, royal regalia, or everyday objects, these traditions continue to reflect the deep connection between art, society, and the natural world in African cultures. Masks in performance and cultural festivals. Masks are integral to performance and cultural festivals across Africa, where they play a central role in expressing community values, spiritual beliefs, and social structures. These masks are not just artistic representations. They serve as powerful symbols that facilitate the connection between the physical world and the spiritual realm. Through mask-wearing performances, African societies engage in rituals that honor ancestors, invoke deities, mark important life transitions, and celebrate communal events. The use of masks in these contexts is a living tradition, rooted in deep cultural and spiritual practices that have been passed down for generations. In many African cultures, masks are worn during public festivals, ceremonies, and dances to represent gods, spirits, and ancestors. The mask wearer, often a dancer or performer, temporarily takes on the identity of the figure the mask represents, channeling its power and influence. For example, among the Yoruba people of Nigeria, the Eyo festival features elaborate masks and performances to honor the royal family and ancestral spirits. During this festival, mask wearers portray spiritual beings and ancestors, bridging the gap between the living and the deceased. The performers, through their mask-wearing and ritual movements, create a space where the community can interact with the spiritual world, receiving blessings and guidance. In other regions of Africa, masks are used in initiation ceremonies, where they serve as instruments for teaching moral lessons and guiding young people through significant life stages. Among the Bambara people of Mali, the Dama ceremony is a vital rite of passage, where masks representing both animals and ancestors are worn by dancers to symbolize the transition from death to life. These masks are believed to have the power to protect the initiates and ensure their successful passage into adulthood, safeguarding them from harmful spirits and forces. Masks also play a prominent role in harvest festivals, fertility rites, and healing rituals. In many cases, the mask symbolizes an agricultural deity or a protective spirit believed to bring abundance and prosperity. The Gelede masquerades of the Yoruba people, for example, celebrate the power and importance of women, particularly mothers, who are seen as the guardians of fertility and family. During these celebrations, mask wearers dance to honor female deities and ancestors, reinforcing the community's social and spiritual values. The performance aspect of mask wearing is just as important as the mask itself. Ritual dances, songs, and music often accompany the mask wearing ceremonies, creating an immersive experience that involves the entire community. The performance acts as a form of storytelling, transmitting cultural knowledge, historical narratives, and moral teachings to both participants and spectators. The collective nature of these performances reinforces the sense of unity and shared identity within the community, as they serve as a reminder of the past while shaping the future. Today, the tradition of masks in performance and cultural festivals continues to thrive, not only in rural areas, but also in urban centers, where artists and performers draw upon traditional mask-making techniques and cultural narratives to address contemporary issues. Modern African artists incorporate masks into performances that explore themes of identity, heritage, and social change, demonstrating the enduring relevance of masks in both traditional and modern contexts. Through these performances, African societies continue to celebrate their rich cultural heritage, ensuring that masks remain an essential part of the continent's artistic and spiritual expression. Chapter 4: Textile Arts and Body Adornment. Textile arts and body adornment hold significant cultural and spiritual value across Africa, where they serve as essential expressions of identity, status, and tradition. From the elaborate patterns of woven fabrics to the intricate body paint and jewelry worn for ceremonial purposes, these art forms play an important role in shaping the way individuals and communities present themselves. In many African societies, textiles and body adornments are not only aesthetic choices, but also have deep symbolic meanings, often reflecting a person's social standing, lineage, or spiritual beliefs. Textile arts in Africa have a long and varied history, with each region developing its own distinctive techniques and styles. In West Africa, for example, the weaving traditions of the Ashanti people of Ghana and the Yoruba people of Nigeria are renowned for their complexity and vibrancy. Kente cloth, a type of silk and cotton fabric woven by the Ashanti, is one of the most well-known examples. The intricate geometric patterns and bright colors of kente cloth are used for both ceremonial and everyday wear, with each design conveying specific meanings related to proverbs, historical events, or social status. The process of weaving itself is a highly revered skill, passed down through generations of skilled artisans. The use of textiles in African cultures extends beyond clothing and extends to ceremonial objects such as flags, banners, and blankets, each carefully crafted to reflect the community's values and heritage. In Central Africa, the Kuba people of the Democratic Republic of Congo are famous for their raffia textiles, which are often used in the creation of ceremonial garments. These textiles are woven from the fibers of the raffia palm tree and feature elaborate patterns that symbolize important cultural and spiritual beliefs. The use of textiles in the creation of royal regalia and ceremonial dress is a way of marking an individual's importance in society, with the patterns often signifying a connection to the divine or the ancestors. Similarly, among the Ndebele people of South Africa, brightly colored beadwork and fabric adornments are used to decorate women's bodies during important life stages, such as marriage or initiation. The use of geometric patterns and vibrant colors in these adornments communicates messages about a woman's identity, social status, and family lineage. Body adornment, including jewelry, body paint, and scarification, also holds great significance in many African cultures. Adornments such as beads, shells, and metals are worn for both aesthetic and symbolic purposes, often signifying wealth, fertility, or spiritual protection. For example, the Maasai people of East Africa are known for their elaborate beadwork, which is worn by both men and women as a sign of status and achievement. Beads are often used to create necklaces, bracelets, and earrings, with each color and pattern carrying specific meanings. In some cultures, the act of scarifying the skin is another form of body adornment, where patterns are etched into the skin as a rite of passage or to mark important milestones in a person's life. Body paint is another common form of adornment, particularly in ceremonies and rituals. Among the Himba people of Namibia, women often cover their bodies with a mixture of red ochre and butterfat to create a striking reddish appearance. This practice serves as both a form of protection against the harsh climate and as an aesthetic expression of beauty and social identity. Similarly, body paint is used during masquerades and initiation rites, where individuals wear specific patterns to represent their connection to ancestral spirits or deities. Together, textile arts and body adornment in Africa are not simply about decoration, but are intertwined with social, cultural, and spiritual life. These art forms help individuals express their identity, heritage, and status, while also reinforcing the values and beliefs of the community. Whether through intricate textile weaving, the symbolic use of color and pattern, or the personal significance of body adornment, these artistic traditions continue to play a vital role in the cultural landscape of Africa. Kente, Adir, and Bogolanfini, regional textile styles. Kente, Adir, and Bogolanfini are three of the most renowned textile traditions in Africa, each representing the rich cultural heritage and unique craftsmanship of specific regions. These textiles are not just decorative items. They carry deep cultural meanings and are woven with complex histories that reflect the values, beliefs, and social structures of the societies from which they originate. Each of these textile styles is distinct in technique, design, and symbolism, offering a glimpse into the diverse fabric of African culture. Kente, originating from the Akan people of Ghana, is perhaps the most internationally recognized African textile. Woven from silk and cotton threads, Kente fabric is characterized by its bold geometric patterns and vibrant colors. The weaving process involves intricate patterns that are often symbolic, with each design carrying specific meanings linked to proverbs, historical events, or philosophical ideas. For instance, gold symbolizes wealth, while green may represent fertility, and red signifies courage or sacrifice. Kente is traditionally worn during important ceremonies, including weddings, funerals, and public celebrations, and is often seen as a symbol of status and identity. The creation of kente involves skilled artisans known as weavers who use looms to produce the fabric. Kente cloth is more than a piece of clothing. It embodies the cultural pride and unity of the Ghanaian people, often worn by chiefs, royalty, or leaders during formal occasions. In Nigeria, the Adire textile tradition is celebrated, particularly among the Yoruba people. Adire refers to a type of indigo-dyed fabric traditionally made by women using resist dyeing techniques. The term adire translates to tie and dye, as the fabric is often tied or stitched in specific patterns before being dyed in indigo. The designs on adire cloth are symbolic, and they often represent important cultural motifs, spiritual beliefs, or historical events. The use of indigo dye, which is extracted from the plant Indigofera, is central to Adire's production. The cloth is worn during festivals, ceremonies, and everyday life, often to signify the wearer's social status, ethnic identity, or connection to the divine. Adire textiles are not only an expression of the Yoruba people's artistic sensibilities, but also a reflection of their deep cultural traditions, particularly in the context of women's roles in both the household and community. Bogolanfini, also known as mud cloth, is a textile tradition from Mali, particularly associated with the Bamana people. Unlike kente and adire, which use dyes extracted from plants or other materials, Bogolanfini is made using fermented mud as the primary dye. The process begins with weaving cotton into fabric, which is then hand-painted with natural dyes derived from plant materials. The designs are typically symbolic, with geometric patterns that represent aspects of life, spirituality, and the natural world. The mud, which is applied to the fabric in various layers, gives the cloth its characteristic earthy brown color. Bogolanfini is traditionally used to make clothing, particularly for important ceremonies such as weddings, initiation rites, and rituals. The patterns and colors in the mud cloth communicate messages about the wearer's status, age, and relationship with the spiritual world. The creation of Bogolanfini involves a meticulous and labor-intensive process where the cloth is dyed multiple times and left to dry in the sun, allowing the intricate designs to emerge. Each of these textile traditions, kente, adire, and Bogolanfini, demonstrates the complexity and creativity inherent in African textile arts. They are not only a means of adornment, but also serve as powerful expressions of identity, culture, and history. Whether through the bold colors and geometric patterns of kente, the symbolic tie-dye designs of adire, or the earthy tones and spiritual motifs of Bogolanfini, these textiles continue to play a central role in the cultural practices and social structures of their respective communities. Today, these regional textile styles remain vital components of African heritage, celebrated both locally and internationally for their beauty, symbolism, and craftsmanship. Beadwork and its cultural significance. Beadwork is a deeply significant art form in many African cultures, where beads are used not only for personal adornment, but also as powerful symbols of identity, status, and spiritual connection. Beads are woven, strung, and sewn into intricate patterns that reflect the cultural values, beliefs, and social structures of various communities. They are used in a wide range of contexts, from ceremonial dress to personal jewelry, and their significance goes far beyond their aesthetic appeal. Beadwork is a form of storytelling, with each design, color, and material holding specific meanings tied to history, identity, and spirituality. In many African societies, beads are used to mark social status and achievement. Among the Maasai people of East Africa, for example, beads are an essential part of both male and female adornment, with specific patterns and colors representing different stages of life, such as marriage, initiation, and adulthood. The beadwork worn by Maasai women is particularly intricate, with elaborate necklaces, bracelets, and headpieces that symbolize their roles within the family and community. The colors of the beads are also highly symbolic, with red often signifying courage and strength, white representing purity, and green symbolizing fertility and abundance. For the Maasai, beadwork is not just a form of decoration, but a visual representation of their cultural heritage and values. In West Africa, beadwork is also used to denote rank and social position. The Yoruba people of Nigeria, for instance, are known for their elaborate beadwork, which is often worn by royalty and elders during important ceremonies. The beads are carefully selected for their color and size, and the designs are worn to signify the wearer's authority and spiritual power. Beadwork is also used in religious and ritual contexts. Among the Akan people of Ghana, beads play an important role in connecting the living to the spiritual world, and they are often incorporated into religious ceremonies, especially those involving ancestral worship. Beads are believed to have protective qualities, and they are worn as amulets or charms to ward off evil spirits and bring blessings. Beyond their use in personal adornment, beads also have social and cultural significance in African rituals and ceremonies. In many societies, beadwork is used to mark life milestones such as birth, coming of age, marriage, and death. For example, in the Kuba culture of the Democratic Republic of Congo, beads are used in the creation of royal regalia and ceremonial clothing, often as a sign of prestige and ancestral connection. The designs are meant to communicate messages about the wearer's lineage, power, and relationship with the divine. Similarly, in South Africa, beadwork is an important part of traditional dress for the Zulu people, particularly during weddings and other ceremonial events. Beads are used to create intricate patterns that represent the spiritual and familial bonds between individuals, symbolizing unity and continuity within the community. The practice of beadwork is not only a means of self-expression, but also a form of cultural preservation. Skilled artisans, often women, pass down beadwork techniques from generation to generation, ensuring that these traditions continue to thrive. Today, beadwork remains a vibrant part of African art, with contemporary artists incorporating traditional beadwork into modern designs. The enduring relevance of beadwork in African cultures underscores its role as a medium through which people connect with their heritage, express their identity, and maintain a link to their spiritual and social worlds. Body painting, scarification, and tattoos. Body painting, scarification, and tattoos are profound forms of body adornment that have deep cultural, spiritual, and social significance in many African societies. These art forms are not simply aesthetic choices, but are intricately tied to a person's identity, life journey, and connection to the community and the spiritual realm. Across the continent, these practices are used in various contexts, from initiation rites to ceremonies of healing, beauty, and social status. The meaning and importance of body art transcends surface-level decoration, serving as an essential element of African cultural heritage. Body painting is one of the most widespread forms of adornment used across Africa in a variety of ceremonial, ritual, and social contexts. Among the Himba people of Namibia, for instance, women apply a mixture of red ochre and butterfat to their skin, creating a striking reddish appearance that is not only protective against the harsh sun, but also serves as a symbol of beauty, fertility, and social identity. The practice of body painting in this context is deeply tied to the Himba's connection to nature and their ancestral beliefs. Similarly, the Nuba people of Sudan use intricate body painting for ceremonial purposes, often incorporating geometric patterns and symbolic motifs that are meant to reflect the person's lineage and social status. These painted designs are temporary but powerful markers of identity, linking the individual to their family, tribe, and the divine. Scarification is another significant form of body art in Africa, particularly in regions such as West and Central Africa. Scarification involves making intentional cuts or incisions on the skin to create raised scars that form patterns or designs. These marks are often used as rites of passage, signifying an individual's transition into adulthood, membership in a particular group, or initiation into a spiritual or warrior society. In the Mandinka and Bambara cultures of West Africa, scarification is a long-standing tradition for both men and women. The patterns created through scarification can also signify social rank, personal achievements, or connection to the ancestors. In some cultures, the scars are believed to protect the individual from evil spirits or illnesses, imbuing the marks with spiritual significance. Tattoos are also present in many African societies, although less widespread than body painting or scarification. For instance, the Fulani people of West Africa are known for their distinctive facial tattoos, often applied to women as a rite of passage or as an expression of beauty. These tattoos may represent familial ties, personal milestones, or spiritual beliefs, with each design carrying deep personal and cultural meaning. In addition to these, various groups across Africa, such as the Berbers of North Africa, have used tattoos as symbols of identity, marking the individual's ethnic group, marital status, or religious affiliation. Tattoos are often seen as permanent marks that bind the individual to their heritage and cultural history. The practices of body painting, scarification, and tattooing reflect the profound connections between art, identity, and spirituality in African societies. These forms of body adornment serve not only as expressions of beauty, but also as means of communicating a person's social standing, spiritual beliefs, and personal experiences. Whether through the use of temporary paints or permanent marks, these art forms reinforce the individual's relationship to the community, the ancestors, and the natural world. Today, while these traditions continue in many African cultures, they have also gained recognition and influence in the global art scene, showcasing their enduring relevance and profound cultural significance. The role of clothing in identity and status. Clothing has always played a crucial role in expressing identity, social status, and cultural heritage across African societies. Far beyond its practical purpose of providing protection, clothing in Africa serves as a powerful means of communicating an individual's personal and social standing within the community. In many African cultures, attire is not only a reflection of one's wealth, age, or gender, but also a representation of deeper spiritual beliefs and cultural affiliations. The way a person dresses can indicate their social role, relationship to others, and place within the ancestral continuum. In numerous African societies, clothing is used to delineate social hierarchies and express a person's rank and status. For example, among the Ashanti people of Ghana, elaborate royal garments made from kente cloth are reserved for kings and high-ranking officials, signaling their leadership and connection to the divine. The intricacy of the kente patterns and the richness of the fabric speak to the wearer's power and respect within the community. Similarly, in West and Central Africa, the Yoruba people's use of brightly colored, finely woven robes, known as agbada, is often worn by men of high status, such as elders or wealthy individuals. These robes, along with elaborate beadwork and headpieces, serve as visual markers of distinction, reinforcing the individual's place within the social order. Clothing also serves to indicate an individual's gender, age, and life stage, marking significant moments such as marriage, initiation, or childbirth. Among the Maasai of Kenya and Tanzania, for instance, the distinct red shuka, a type of cloth worn as a robe, is worn by men, while women typically wear beaded skirts and jewelry to signify their roles within the community. A woman's clothing often changes during significant life events, such as marriage or the birth of a child, with each shift in attire symbolizing the transition into new social responsibilities. The wearing of certain types of cloth or beadwork by women can also signify their fertility or family status, contributing to the social cohesion of the community. In many African cultures, clothing is intrinsically tied to spirituality and the ancestral realm. Ritual garments are worn during ceremonies and festivals to honor ancestors, deities, or spirits. The Zulu people of South Africa, for example, wear specific attire during traditional dances and rituals, with each garment or accessory symbolizing a spiritual connection to the divine or ancestral spirits. The garments worn during these events are often adorned with feathers, beads, and other items that are believed to hold protective or healing powers. Beyond these traditional practices, contemporary African fashion also serves as an expression of individual identity, global influence, and cultural pride. Modern African fashion designers often draw on traditional textiles, patterns, and designs, merging them with contemporary styles to create a dynamic fusion that reflects the evolution of African identity. In this context, clothing becomes a way for individuals to navigate the global world while asserting their cultural heritage. Overall, clothing in African societies is a visual language that communicates far more than just appearance. It embodies an individual's connection to their heritage, their role within society, and their relationship to the spiritual world. Whether through elaborate ceremonial dress or everyday attire, clothing in Africa functions as a powerful form of self-expression, social signaling, and cultural preservation. The modern evolution of African fashion. The evolution of African fashion in the modern era is a remarkable journey that blends tradition with innovation, reflecting the continent's dynamic cultural shifts and global interconnectedness. African fashion, once primarily rooted in indigenous, handcrafted textiles and clothing, has transformed into a powerful and influential global movement. This evolution has been shaped by a variety of factors, including colonialism, post-independence identity formation, globalization, and the rise of contemporary designers who blend traditional fabrics with modern cosmopolitan aesthetics. In the colonial period, African fashion was heavily influenced by European styles, and many traditional clothing practices were suppressed or altered. However, after gaining independence in the mid-20th century, many African nations sought to reclaim their cultural identity through fashion. Designers began reviving traditional garments, such as the Nigerian agbada, Ghanaian kente, and the bubu, worn across various West African countries. These garments were often reinterpreted for contemporary tastes while maintaining their cultural significance. The use of indigenous textiles like kente, adire, and bogolanfini became a symbol of resistance to colonial domination, representing a return to cultural pride and self-expression. The 21st century has seen African fashion experience a renaissance, with a growing global appreciation for its vibrancy, diversity, and unique creativity. African designers have increasingly gained international recognition, with fashion capitals like Paris, London, and New York hosting African fashion weeks and showcasing African-inspired collections. Contemporary African fashion incorporates not only traditional fabrics and designs, but also cutting-edge techniques, blending craftsmanship with modernity. Designers like Oswald Boateng, Lisa Folowiyo, and Stella Jean have fused African heritage with Western influences, creating bold, innovative designs that appeal to both African and global audiences. These designers have redefined what it means to wear African fashion, making it a statement of individuality, cultural pride, and cosmopolitan sophistication. Social media and digital platforms have played a significant role in the global rise of African fashion, as designers, influencers, and fashion enthusiasts share their work and ideas with a wider audience. Instagram, for example, has become a powerful platform for showcasing African fashion, with many influencers using it to promote African brands and highlight the diversity of styles across the continent. The fashion industry in Africa has also seen a rise in sustainable practices, with an increasing emphasis on locally sourced materials, ethical production methods, and a return to traditional artisanal techniques. African fashion is also becoming a platform for political and social expression. Many designers use their collections to address issues such as gender equality, environmental sustainability, and the preservation of cultural heritage. For instance, the rise of Afrocentric fashion movements, such as the Afrofuturism trend, challenges conventional beauty standards and emphasizes the importance of embracing African roots while looking toward the future. This blend of cultural authenticity and forward-thinking design has established African fashion as a powerful vehicle for expressing both social consciousness and creative innovation. Today, African fashion is not only a symbol of cultural pride, but also a global phenomenon, influencing high fashion, street style, and everyday wear. The modern evolution of African fashion reflects a vibrant, ever-changing mix of tradition, innovation, and social commentary, making it a vital part of the contemporary fashion landscape. As African designers continue to shape global trends, the evolution of African fashion will undoubtedly remain an exciting and transformative force in the world of style and culture. Chapter 5: Architecture and Built Environments. African architecture has a long history that stretches back to ancient times, with built environments that reflect a deep relationship between people, culture, and the natural world. From the mud brick houses of the Sahel to the stone palaces of the Ashanti and the intricate palace architecture of Great Zimbabwe, the structures across the continent serve not only functional needs, but also convey cultural values, spiritual beliefs, and social organization. African architecture is a dynamic, evolving form, shaped by climate, available resources, and the indigenous knowledge of local communities. It is deeply tied to both community life and the natural environment, often blurring the line between the two. Traditional African architecture is often characterized by the use of local materials, such as mud, wood, thatch, stone, and clay, which are expertly crafted to adapt to the environment and provide comfort in extreme weather conditions. In the Sahel region, for example, mud brick and adobe are common materials used to construct homes, which are designed to provide cool interiors in the heat and warmth during cooler nights. These houses are often round or rectangular, with thick walls that help regulate the temperature, showcasing a practical approach to architecture rooted in the need for sustainability and resourcefulness. The Ndebele people of southern Africa are known for their beautifully decorated homes, with brightly colored geometric patterns that cover the exterior walls, creating a stunning visual representation of identity, artistic expression, and community solidarity. In West Africa, the iconic adobe architecture of the Dogon people and the Great Mosque of Djenné in Mali demonstrate how indigenous architectural techniques can create monumental, sacred spaces. The Great Mosque, one of the largest mud brick buildings in the world, is a prime example of how African architecture merges functionality with spirituality. Its striking design is inspired by local traditions and uses materials that reflect the region's religious, social, and climatic needs. The mosque's annual restoration by the local community highlights the importance of communal effort and continuity in the preservation of cultural heritage. Similarly, the architecture of the Dogon people's cliffside dwellings in Mali is a testament to the ingenuity of adapting to harsh environments, with homes built into the cliffs to provide safety, isolation, and protection from invaders. In East and Central Africa, the influence of the Swahili coast architecture is seen in coastal cities like Zanzibar and Mombasa, where coral stone is used to build intricately designed houses that merge Islamic and African architectural traditions. The use of courtyards, verandas, and decorative woodwork reflects both the climate and the cultural blending that occurred between African, Arab, and European influences over centuries of trade and exchange. In contemporary African cities, architecture is evolving rapidly with the growth of urbanization and modernization. Cities like Lagos, Nairobi, and Cape Town are undergoing dramatic transformations, with skyscrapers and modern infrastructure reshaping the landscape. However, despite this wave of modernization, traditional architecture still plays a significant role in African identity. Many modern African architects are working to blend traditional styles and sustainable designs with contemporary building techniques, resulting in a new architectural language that honors the past while embracing the future. African architecture, both traditional and modern, continues to reflect the diverse cultures, environmental conditions, and histories of the continent. It serves as a testament to the resourcefulness, creativity, and resilience of African communities while also offering a window into the cultural and social values that have shaped the built environments over millennia. Whether through the functional beauty of mud dwellings or the grandiosity of colonial-era buildings, African architecture tells the story of a people's relationship with the land, their ancestors, and their collective future. Indigenous African architecture, styles and functions. Indigenous African architecture is a rich and diverse expression of the continent's varied cultural, environmental, and social landscapes. Unlike Western architectural traditions, which often prioritize permanence and uniformity, African architecture reflects a deep connection to the natural world, climate, and social structures. It is characterized by the use of local materials, adaptive designs, and communal functions, with a focus on sustainability and harmony with the environment. The style and function of indigenous African architecture vary significantly across regions, yet certain commonalities in design and purpose reflect shared values and traditions. One of the key features of indigenous African architecture is its use of local, natural materials such as mud, wood, clay, thatch, and stone. In the arid regions of the Sahel, where building resources are limited, people often rely on mud bricks or adobe to construct their homes, which are known for their ability to regulate temperature. The thick walls of these homes keep the interiors cool during the day and warm at night. Similarly, in forested regions, wood, palm leaves, and other plant materials are commonly used to create structures that blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment. The use of these materials reflects an understanding of local ecosystems and a commitment to sustainability, as these resources are easily replenished and adapted to the environment. The design of indigenous African homes is typically driven by function and social organization. In many cultures, homes are organized around a central courtyard, which serves as a communal space for family activities, cooking, and socializing. This centrality of the courtyard reflects the emphasis on communal living and the importance of family and kinship ties. For example, among the Dogon people of Mali, traditional homes are arranged around a central open space, creating a sense of unity and belonging. Similarly, the round huts of the Zulu people in southern Africa are often grouped together in a circular formation, symbolizing the strength and unity of the community. Indigenous African architecture also reflects the spiritual and symbolic dimensions of life. Many traditional buildings are designed with spiritual or ritual purposes in mind, whether as shrines, burial sites, or ceremonial spaces. For instance, the sacred architecture of the Yoruba people in West Africa includes shrines and temples that are meticulously designed to honor ancestors and deities. In these spaces, the design elements, such as the use of certain colors, materials, and shapes, carry deep spiritual significance, connecting the physical world with the divine. The architecture of the Hausa people in West Africa offers another example of the intricate interplay between function, culture, and environment. In cities like Kano, the walls of homes and compounds are often constructed using a technique known as baked earth, which offers durability and insulation against the heat. These walled homes form part of a broader urban design, where the layout of spaces, such as public squares and marketplaces, reflects the social hierarchies and communal life of the people. In East Africa, Swahili coastal architecture demonstrates the fusion of African and Arab influences, where coral stone is used to build intricately designed houses that incorporate elements such as courtyards and decorative woodwork. This style of architecture was influenced by centuries of trade and interaction along the Indian Ocean, creating structures that are suited to the coastal climate and reflect a blending of cultural traditions. Ultimately, indigenous African architecture serves multiple functions beyond mere shelter. It is an embodiment of cultural identity, social values, and environmental adaptation. Whether through the resourcefulness of mud brick construction, the communal focus of courtyard designs, or the spiritual symbolism of sacred spaces, African architecture has historically provided a way to live in harmony with the land, the community, and the divine. These architectural traditions continue to shape contemporary African design, as many modern architects look to indigenous forms for inspiration in creating sustainable, culturally resonant structures. The role of adobe, thatched roofs, and courtyards. In many African cultures, adobe, thatched roofs, and courtyards are fundamental elements of indigenous architecture. These building techniques and features are not only functional, but also deeply tied to social, cultural, and environmental considerations. Each element plays a crucial role in shaping the way communities interact with their environment, uphold traditions, and meet practical needs. These architectural features have been passed down through generations, showcasing the creativity and resourcefulness of African societies in adapting to their surroundings. Adobe or mud brick has been a central building material in much of Africa for centuries. It is especially common in arid and semi-arid regions where clay-rich earth is abundant and readily available. The choice of adobe reflects an understanding of the local environment, particularly the need for thermal regulation. Adobe structures, with their thick walls, are highly effective at keeping interiors cool during the heat of the day and warm at night. This makes them ideal for hot climates, where temperature fluctuations are extreme. In addition to its practical benefits, adobe also connects people to the land, as the materials used for construction often come directly from the surrounding environment, enhancing the sense of place. The use of adobe in traditional African architecture highlights the community's deep knowledge of natural building materials and sustainable practices. Thatched roofs are another key component of many African homes, offering protection from the elements while contributing to the aesthetic and cultural identity of a community. Thatched roofs are typically made from local grasses, reeds, or palm leaves, which are woven together to create a dense covering. The materials used for thatching are usually sourced from the immediate environment, reinforcing the idea of building in harmony with nature. These roofs are particularly suited to tropical and temperate climates, where they provide excellent insulation and allow for ventilation. In regions with heavy rainfall, thatched roofs also shed water efficiently, preventing leakage and helping to maintain a dry, comfortable interior. Thatched roofs are also often seen as a symbol of simplicity, sustainability, and cultural tradition, connecting a home to its roots in ways that modern materials cannot replicate. Courtyards play a significant role in the social and cultural life of many African communities. The courtyard, often located at the center of a home or compound, serves as a communal space for family gatherings, social interaction, and daily activities. In many cultures, the layout of homes is designed to emphasize collective life rather than individual privacy. In rural villages, homes are often arranged around a central courtyard where the family can share meals, engage in rituals, or simply spend time together. The courtyard serves as the heart of domestic life, fostering a sense of unity and community. In some societies, the courtyard is also a site for spiritual rituals, where offerings to ancestors or deities are made. This central space often connects the private and public spheres, providing a setting for both domestic life and broader social functions. The combination of adobe thatched roofs and courtyards creates an architectural style that is highly attuned to the needs of the community, the environment, and the spiritual world. These elements are not only practical, but are also imbued with cultural meaning. Adobe reflects a deep connection to the earth, thatched roofs offer protection and comfort, and courtyards symbolize unity and collective living. Together, these features form the foundation of indigenous African architecture, representing a harmonious relationship between people, their surroundings, and their social values. Today, these traditional building practices continue to inspire architects and urban planners who seek sustainable, culturally grounded solutions in the face of rapid urbanization and environmental challenges. Sacred spaces, shrines, temples, and mosques. Sacred spaces in Africa, such as shrines, temples, and mosques, serve as key focal points for spiritual practices and community life. These spaces are deeply embedded in the cultural, religious, and social fabric of many African societies, offering places where the divine, ancestors, and spirits are honored. While these sacred spaces vary greatly across the continent, their design, function, and symbolism are rooted in a shared belief in the sacredness of space and the importance of community ritual. Each type of sacred space reflects the unique religious practices and cosmological views of the people it serves, yet they all share an overarching reverence for the relationship between the physical world and the spiritual realm. Shrines are one of the most common sacred spaces in Africa, often dedicated to deities, ancestors, or spirits. Found in many African cultures, shrines are spaces where individuals and communities come to pray, make offerings, or seek guidance. Shrines can be found in homes, villages, or natural environments, and they often incorporate sacred objects such as statues, altars, and carvings. The design of a shrine is typically influenced by its purpose and the deity or ancestor it honors. For example, among the Yoruba people of West Africa, shrines dedicated to Orisha deities often include intricate wooden figures, while among the Akan people of Ghana, ancestor shrines feature gold and bronze artifacts. These spaces are typically private or semi-private, reserved for rituals and ceremonies that foster a direct connection between the community and the divine. Temples, often associated with ancient African religions and more complex spiritual practices, are another form of sacred space. They are typically larger structures built for communal worship and often serve as sites for important religious festivals or ceremonies. Temples in ancient African civilizations, such as those in Egypt and Nubia, were grand, monumental spaces designed to honor gods and royal figures. These temples were often adorned with intricate carvings, statues, and inscriptions that tell the stories of deities, kings, and divine myths. The architecture of African temples was not just functional, but was meant to symbolize the cosmos, creating a space where the sacred and the earthly worlds could intersect. The layout of these temples was often deliberate, with areas designated for different aspects of ritual, from offerings to purification rites. Mosques, which particularly significant in North and West Africa due to the spread of Islam, are also important sacred spaces. African mosques are often distinctive in their architectural style, reflecting the diverse cultures and materials of the region. The Great Mosque of Djenné in Mali, one of the most famous examples of mud brick architecture, is a stunning representation of the fusion between Islamic traditions and indigenous African building techniques. Mosques are places of communal worship, with their design often emphasizing open space, simplicity, and functionality, providing an environment conducive to prayer and reflection. The prayer hall, oriented toward Mecca, serves as the heart of the mosque, while other areas may include spaces for learning, community gatherings, and social services. Mosques also symbolize the connection between the earthly and divine, serving as spaces for both individual and communal connection to God. Sacred spaces in Africa, whether shrines, temples, or mosques, are integral to the spiritual and cultural lives of African people. They are designed to create an atmosphere conducive to worship, reflection, and connection with the divine. While each sacred space is unique in its architectural style, materiality, and function, they all share a common purpose: to serve as a bridge between the physical world and the spiritual realm. Through their design, these sacred spaces reflect the cosmologies, beliefs, and values of the communities that create them, providing a tangible expression of the sacred and a place for the sacred to enter daily life. Urbanization and the changing architectural landscape. As African cities grow rapidly due to increased urbanization, the architectural landscape is undergoing significant transformations. This urbanization, fueled by population growth, migration, and the shifting dynamics of economic development, is reshaping the built environment in profound ways. While traditional architectural styles rooted in local materials, communal living, and environmental considerations continue to be important, modern architecture is becoming more prevalent, often influenced by global trends and the need for urban infrastructure. The changing landscape of African cities reveals a blend of old and new, with traditional practices being adapted to meet the demands of contemporary life. One of the most visible changes in African architecture is the rise of skyscrapers, commercial buildings, and modern housing. In cities like Lagos, Nairobi, and Johannesburg, the skyline is being transformed by high-rise buildings that reflect the economic boom and the growing demand for commercial space. These modern structures are often made of concrete, glass, and steel, materials that were not traditionally used in indigenous African architecture. The push for high-density urban living has led to the construction of large apartment complexes and condominiums, replacing traditional single-family homes and courtyards. While these modern developments offer increased space and amenities, they also present challenges, such as the loss of communal spaces and the shift away from the close-knit, family-oriented urban fabric that once defined African cities. However, the influence of tradition is not lost in the face of rapid urbanization. Many contemporary African architects are blending modern architectural techniques with traditional African design principles. This includes the use of local materials, sustainable building practices, and the incorporation of cultural elements in new structures. For example, in the design of public buildings, some architects are drawing inspiration from indigenous forms, such as the circular huts and the use of courtyards, adapting these elements to suit modern needs. This approach helps preserve cultural identity while responding to the demands of urban living. Moreover, eco-friendly building materials and green architecture are gaining popularity in African cities as urban planners aim to address environmental concerns and create sustainable living spaces for growing populations. Alongside the rise of modern architecture, the transformation of African cities is also marked by the increasing influence of global architectural styles. The influence of Western, Asian, and Middle Eastern designs is evident in commercial districts, shopping malls, and luxury hotels. While this reflects the global interconnectedness of Africa's growing cities, it also raises questions about the preservation of indigenous architectural heritage. There is ongoing debate about the balance between modernization and the need to protect traditional building practices and cultural identity. The growing trend of urbanization has also prompted the development of new approaches to public spaces and infrastructure. Streetscapes, public squares, and transportation hubs are being redesigned to accommodate larger populations and offer more functionality. These spaces are increasingly designed with an eye toward both aesthetic appeal and practical use, combining elements of African art, modern urban planning, and sustainability. In conclusion, urbanization in Africa is reshaping the architectural landscape, blending the old with the new, in a way that reflects both the continent's rich cultural heritage and its aspirations for the future. As cities continue to expand, there is an ongoing tension between preserving traditional architectural forms and embracing modernity. The challenge lies in finding a balance that respects the past while addressing the realities of urban growth, creating cities that are both functional and culturally meaningful. Contemporary African architects and innovations. Contemporary African architects are reshaping the built environment across the continent, blending traditional design principles with modern innovations to address the unique challenges of urbanization, sustainability, and cultural preservation. These architects are not only influenced by global architectural trends, but are also deeply rooted in their local contexts, drawing inspiration from Africa's rich heritage, climate, and social structures. As a result, African architecture today is characterized by a blend of creativity, innovation, and a deep respect for the environment and cultural identity. One key aspect of contemporary African architecture is the focus on sustainability. Architects are increasingly utilizing local materials such as clay, stone, and timber, which are more environmentally friendly and climate responsive than imported materials. For example, in East Africa, architects are designing homes and public spaces using compressed earth blocks, CEBs, which help regulate temperature and reduce the carbon footprint of buildings. Similarly, green roofs, natural ventilation, and rainwater harvesting systems are being incorporated into modern buildings to minimize environmental impact. These innovations reflect a growing awareness of the need for ecological balance in a rapidly urbanizing continent and the desire to create buildings that are both functional and sustainable. In addition to environmental considerations, contemporary African architecture also places a strong emphasis on cultural relevance. Architects are increasingly looking to traditional African forms, materials, and techniques to create modern spaces that reflect local identity and values. For instance, some architects incorporate geometric patterns, motifs, and communal layouts traditionally seen in indigenous African structures into modern designs. In cities like Dakar, Accra, and Cape Town, architects are designing public spaces and cultural centers that celebrate African heritage while responding to the needs of modern life. These buildings often feature elements such as courtyards, open-air spaces, and vernacular aesthetics, which encourage social interaction and community engagement. A prime example of this approach is the work of renowned South African architect David Adjaye. His designs combine modern aesthetics with African cultural influences, using materials such as wood and stone to create spaces that are both contemporary and grounded in tradition. Adjaye's most famous works include the National Museum of African American History and Culture in Washington, D.C., and the planned African Institute of Mathematics in Kigali, Rwanda, both of which emphasize the importance of culture and history in shaping the architectural narrative. Another notable figure is Ghanaian architect Francis Kere, whose projects often blend environmental sustainability with community empowerment. Kere's design philosophy focuses on creating buildings that are accessible, energy efficient, and reflect the values of the communities they serve. One of his most celebrated works is the Gondo Primary School in Burkina Faso, which utilizes local materials and passive cooling techniques to create a functional, sustainable, and culturally meaningful space for students and teachers. In addition to individual architects, the rise of architectural firms across the continent is contributing to a vibrant and innovative architectural scene. Firms such as the Nigerian-based Man-Made and Nigeria's LMD Architects focus on projects that address urban development, affordable housing, and environmental sustainability, creating innovative designs that respond to the continent's dynamic growth. Contemporary African architecture is a testament to the adaptability, creativity, and resourcefulness of African architects who are navigating the challenges of modernity while remaining deeply connected to their cultural roots. As cities continue to grow and the demand for housing and infrastructure increases, these architects will continue to play a vital role in shaping the continent's future built environment. Through their work, they are redefining what it means to create spaces that are both functional and culturally meaningful, embracing both tradition and innovation. Chapter 6: Music, Dance, and Performance Arts. Music, dance, and performance arts are foundational elements of African cultural expression, deeply woven into the fabric of daily life, rituals, and social interaction. Across the continent, these art forms are not simply forms of entertainment, but serve as important mediums for communication, storytelling, and community cohesion. They are integral to ceremonies, religious observances, social celebrations, and political events, reflecting the diverse cultural landscapes and rich histories of African peoples. The rhythm, movement, and performance techniques associated with these art forms are often passed down orally, ensuring the preservation and continuity of African traditions and beliefs. African music is known for its complexity, diversity, and deep connection to cultural identity. It is often characterized by polyrhythms, call and response patterns, and the use of a wide variety of instruments such as drums, xylophones, mbiras, and stringed instruments. Drumming is especially important in many African societies, where the drum is not only used for music but also for communication, signaling events, and even conveying messages over long distances. The sounds produced in African music are not just for entertainment. They are meant to evoke a spiritual or emotional response, connecting performers with the divine, ancestors, and the community. Traditional music is closely tied to the social context, with songs and rhythms adapted to various occasions such as birth, death, harvest, or the marking of important milestones. Dance is equally central to African culture, often serving as a means of expressing joy, grief, or spiritual devotion. It is also a powerful form of social interaction, used to strengthen community bonds and celebrate shared identity. In many African societies, dance is a communal activity, involving both the performers and the audience in a collective experience. The movements of African dance are highly expressive, often symbolizing life cycles, natural elements, or historical narratives. Each dance style is unique to a specific ethnic group or region, influenced by geography, tradition, and the social functions it serves. For example, the energetic and acrobatic dances of the Zulu people of southern Africa are performed to celebrate victory or mark important rites of passage, while the slow, deliberate movements of the Maasai in East Africa reflect spiritual devotion and pride. African performance arts encompass a wide range of theatrical traditions that blend storytelling, music, and dance. Oral traditions, such as griot storytelling, are often accompanied by rhythmic music and elaborate dance movements, with the performer acting as both historian and entertainer. The griot tradition, particularly prominent in West Africa, involves the recitation of epic tales and genealogies passed down through generations. This form of oral history is performed with great skill and artistry, combining poetry, music, and performance to engage the audience and preserve the collective memory of the community. In more contemporary settings, performance arts have evolved to incorporate modern influences, such as theater, spoken word, and dance, blending African traditions with global forms of artistic expression. Music, dance, and performance arts are not merely forms of artistic expression. They are vital to the social, political, and spiritual life of African communities. These art forms provide a means of preserving history, maintaining cultural identity, and fostering unity. Through the power of rhythm, movement, and storytelling, they help to connect generations and keep cultural traditions alive in an ever-changing world. As Africa continues to evolve, music, dance, and performance arts will remain powerful tools for reflection, expression, and transformation, ensuring the continued vibrancy of African culture in both traditional and modern contexts. Traditional instruments and their cultural significance. Traditional African instruments are more than just tools for making music. They are deeply intertwined with the continent's cultural identity, spiritual practices, and social functions. Each instrument is uniquely crafted, often using materials readily available in the local environment, and is imbued with meaning that reflects the values, history, and beliefs of the people who use it. These instruments have been passed down through generations and continue to play an essential role in rituals, celebrations, and daily life, making them not only artistic expressions, but also vital forms of communication and cultural preservation. Drums, arguably the most iconic of African instruments, are integral to many African cultures and are often used in ceremonies, storytelling, and social gatherings. The drum holds immense spiritual significance, serving as a medium to communicate with the ancestors, gods, and spirits. In many African societies, drumming is considered a sacred art form, where rhythms are believed to have the power to influence both the physical and spiritual realms. Drums come in various forms, from the large ceremonial talking drums of the Yoruba people in Nigeria to the smaller handheld djembe drums of West Africa. The distinctive sound of the drum is often used to relay messages, signal events, or mark important life transitions, demonstrating the crucial role of rhythm in the African community. Stringent instruments such as the kora, balafon, and goni also hold deep cultural significance. The kora, a 21-stringed harp lute, is especially prominent in West Africa, where it has been used by griots, oral historians, and musicians to accompany storytelling, genealogical recitations, and poetry. The instrument's melodic and harmonic capabilities allow for intricate, flowing musical patterns that complement the poetic narratives delivered by the griots. Similarly, the balafon, a type of wooden xylophone, is a key instrument in several West African cultures, producing rich, resonant tones that are central to the music of the Mande peoples. The ngoni, a traditional lute, is another example of a stringed instrument that plays a key role in African musical traditions, particularly in the Sahel region, where it is used to accompany storytelling, praise songs, and songs of heritage. Wind instruments, including flutes, horns, and whistles, are also central to many African cultures. The flutes of the Shona people of Zimbabwe, for example, are used during spiritual ceremonies and are believed to carry messages to the ancestors. Horns, such as the kudu horn, are used to signal important events, such as the arrival of visitors or the beginning of a festival. In some cultures, wind instruments are thought to have the power to summon or communicate with spirits, and their sounds are woven into rituals intended to foster harmony between the human and spiritual worlds. Percussion instruments, such as the shaker, a gourd shaker, and the agogo, a metal bell, also play an important role in African music. The shekere, often used in West Africa, is a rhythmic instrument made from a gourd covered with beads or shells. Its shaking and rattling sounds are central to many communal dances, where participants use the vibrations to synchronize their movements. The agogo, used in both religious and secular contexts, produces a sharp, metallic sound that helps mark the rhythm in ensembles. Traditional African instruments serve as a bridge between the material and spiritual worlds, linking people to their history, ancestors, and the divine. The music created by these instruments is not only a source of entertainment, but a vital means of communicating cultural knowledge, fostering social cohesion, and expressing emotions. The continued use and preservation of these instruments, even in the face of modern musical influences, underscore their enduring significance in African societies. Through these instruments, African people continue to celebrate their heritage, tell their stories, and connect with the deeper meanings of their culture. Dance as a form of storytelling and resistance. In many African cultures, dance is not just a form of entertainment, but a powerful method of storytelling that conveys emotions, history, and social values. Through the rhythmic movement of the body, dance enables individuals and communities to share stories of their ancestors, express personal experiences, and communicate complex ideas and traditions. It is a living archive, often reflecting the challenges, triumphs, and changes that a community experiences. Dance serves as both a personal and collective expression, with performances rooted in cultural symbolism and deep emotional resonance. One of the most notable aspects of African dance is its ability to serve as a medium for storytelling. Through specific movements, gestures, and rhythms, dancers can recount historical events, myths, and oral traditions. For example, among the Yoruba people of Nigeria, dance is used to narrate stories of gods, heroes, and ancient kings. The choreography may mimic the movements of animals or reflect important elements of the environment, like rain or the harvest. In many communities, dance is closely tied to the oral tradition, often used alongside song and drumming to communicate the essence of a story. Each gesture in the dance is imbued with meaning, creating a rich, layered experience for both the performer and the audience. This form of nonverbal communication ensures that the story is passed down through generations, preserving cultural heritage and shared history. In addition to storytelling, dance in Africa has long been a form of resistance, particularly in times of oppression. During the colonial era, African dance became a means of defiance against foreign domination and cultural erasure. In the face of the brutal suppression of indigenous customs, including dance, African communities adapted their dance practices as a form of resistance and survival. Enslaved Africans in the Americas, for example, used dance as a way to preserve their cultural identity, subtly incorporating African rhythms and movements into the forms of dance they were forced to adopt under slavery. Through the power of dance, they maintained a connection to their roots while expressing resistance to their conditions. In more recent history, dance continues to be a tool for resistance and social change across the continent. During the apartheid era in South Africa, dance played a crucial role in protests and uprisings, with performances serving as a form of rebellion and a way to unite communities against oppression. The iconic dance movements of South African anti-apartheid activists, such as the gumboot dance, used in the mines to communicate covertly and express resistance, became a symbol of struggle and resilience. Even today, contemporary African dance forms continue to reflect the fight for social justice, human rights, and political freedom. They remain a powerful means of addressing issues such as inequality, corruption, and gender-based violence. Overall, dance in Africa is not merely a physical activity. It is a vital form of storytelling and a powerful means of resistance. Whether recounting the tales of ancestors, passing down historical knowledge, or challenging the forces of oppression, African dance remains a dynamic and meaningful cultural practice that transcends time and geography. Through the art of dance, African communities continue to affirm their identities, resist injustice, and celebrate their history and resilience. Music in rituals, celebrations, and political movements. In African cultures, music plays a central role in rituals, celebrations, and political movements, serving as a vital medium for expressing spirituality, marking life events, and mobilizing communities. Far beyond mere entertainment, music is a transformative force that binds individuals together, facilitates communication with the divine, and reinforces collective identity. Its profound significance in these contexts underscores the essential role it plays in shaping both personal and communal experiences across the continent. In many African societies, music is inseparable from spiritual rituals. It is a key element in religious ceremonies, where it is believed to invoke the presence of ancestors, spirits, or deities. Drumming, singing, and the use of other instruments, such as rattles or horns, create a sonic landscape that guides the spiritual journey of the participants. For example, in West African traditions, drumming is often used to communicate with ancestral spirits during rites of passage, such as births, initiations, and funerals. Music is also central in healing rituals, where it is believed to possess therapeutic powers to restore balance to the body, mind, and soul. Sacred rhythms and melodies are thought to carry messages from the spirit world, offering protection, guidance, and blessing. Celebrations, whether communal or personal, are also infused with music. Music marks life's milestones, such as weddings, births, and harvests, creating a festive atmosphere and fostering social cohesion. In these celebratory contexts, music encourages unity and expression of joy, with individuals and communities coming together to share in the moment. The music is often accompanied by dancing, further enhancing the sense of connection among participants. One example of such music is the high-energy rhythms performed at wedding ceremonies in many parts of Africa, where the beating of drums and the chanting of songs bring the community into a joyful collective experience. These musical expressions highlight the communal nature of African societies, where personal milestones are seen as a shared celebration rather than an individual affair. Music also plays a pivotal role in political movements across the continent. In times of oppression and resistance, music has been a tool for political expression, mobilization, and protest. During the colonial and apartheid eras, music became a means of defiance, with artists using song to rally people to action and resist injustice. In South Africa, for instance, freedom songs became synonymous with the anti-apartheid movement as they served to unify protesters and keep their spirits high in the face of harsh repression. Songs like Nkosi Sikelel' iAfrika became anthems of resistance, expressing the collective desire for freedom and equality. Similarly, during the independence struggles in many African countries, music played a crucial role in galvanizing the masses, with songs of liberation carrying messages of hope, unity, and the fight for self-determination. In contemporary political movements, music continues to serve as a tool for social change, advocating for human rights, justice, and equality. Music festivals, protests, and social media campaigns often feature songs that critique governments, advocate for gender equality, or call for an end to corruption. These songs resonate with the public, offering both a sense of solidarity and a call to action. Thus, music in African rituals, celebrations, and political movements is far more than an aesthetic expression. It is a powerful tool for communication, solidarity, and transformation. Whether in sacred ceremonies, joyful events, or struggles for justice, music in Africa binds people together, shaping both cultural identity and political consciousness. Theatrical traditions and oral narratives. Theatrical traditions and oral narratives are integral to African cultures, deeply intertwined with the continent's history, identity, and social functions. These forms of expression are more than entertainment. They are vehicles for transmitting cultural knowledge, preserving history, and engaging communities in shared experiences. In Africa, the spoken word, performance, and dramatic expression are powerful tools for preserving and passing down traditions, shaping cultural identities, and offering insight into the values, struggles, and triumphs of communities. Oral narratives in Africa are a cornerstone of cultural transmission. Storytelling, often accompanied by music, dance, and visual aids, is an art form that serves to educate, entertain, and preserve history. Griots in West Africa, for instance, are revered oral historians, musicians, and poets who pass down ancestral knowledge, genealogies, and epic tales through spoken word and song. These narrators use their voice, rhythm, and music to engage audiences, keeping history alive through performance. The oral narrative is not just a passive transmission of facts. It is a dynamic and interactive process that often includes the audience in the storytelling experience, making it a shared communal activity. These stories typically involve themes of morality, heroism, and the relationship between humans and the divine, offering both entertainment and wisdom for the community. In addition to storytelling, theatrical traditions in Africa often combine drama, dance, and music to portray historical events, social customs, and spiritual beliefs. The performance is a communal event, with participation often extending beyond the actors themselves to include the audience in rituals or celebrations. One example is the Yoruba people's use of ritual performances and masquerades, where dramatic performances are staged to honor gods and ancestors, weaving together dramatic dialogue, music, and dance. In some traditions, actors portray deities or mythical figures, and the audience actively engages in the ritual, creating a shared and transformative experience. This type of performance offers not just a visual spectacle, but also a spiritual or therapeutic journey for both the performers and spectators. The theatrical nature of African storytelling is also present in traditional plays and performances that convey social commentary, celebrate historical heroes, or critique societal issues. In East Africa, for example, the Swahili coast is known for its unique blend of indigenous and Islamic theatrical traditions, such as ngoma performances that integrate dance, music, and drama. In Southern Africa, traditional plays were often used to teach moral lessons or convey political messages, especially during times of social upheaval or colonial resistance. These performances serve as mirrors to the community, reflecting its values, challenges, and aspirations. In the context of political movements, oral narratives and theatrical performances have been powerful tools for resistance. During the colonial era, artists and activists used storytelling, music, and drama to critique colonial rule and give voice to the oppressed. In more recent times, theater continues to be an essential medium for social and political commentary, with many contemporary African playwrights and performers using the stage to address issues like corruption, inequality, and the struggle for democracy. In sum, theatrical traditions and oral narratives are not only a means of entertainment in Africa, they are foundational to the way history, culture, and identity are understood and preserved. Through dynamic performance and storytelling, African communities keep their past alive, express their collective hopes and fears, and continue to shape their cultural futures. These traditions provide a deep connection to the spiritual and social dimensions of life, ensuring that the voices of the past resonate in the present and future. The global influence of African rhythms. African rhythms have had a profound and lasting impact on music worldwide, shaping genres and movements across continents and cultures. The unique polyrhythmic structures, syncopated beats, and complex time signatures that characterize African musical traditions have found their way into popular music, jazz, rock, and contemporary genres, influencing both the form and content of musical expression. This global exchange highlights the vibrancy and universality of African musical contributions, proving that African rhythms are not only deeply embedded in the continent's cultural fabric, but are also a central element in the evolution of global music. One of the key elements of African music is its intricate rhythm, often based on layering multiple contrasting rhythms that interlock in complex patterns. These rhythms, typically played on percussion instruments like drums, bells, and shakers, create a rich and dynamic sound that is distinct from Western classical music, which tends to favor uniformity and regularity in rhythm. African drumming traditions, such as the djembe from West Africa or the talking drum of the Yoruba, exemplify these polyrhythmic structures, where different drummers play complementary patterns that together form a cohesive rhythm. These rhythms are not only fundamental to the music, but are also essential in carrying the emotional and spiritual essence of the performance. The call and response structure, common in African music, emphasizes communal participation, where the audience responds to the lead musician or drummer, further enhancing the interactive nature of the rhythm. The global influence of African rhythms can be seen in many genres that emerged in the 20th century. Jazz, for example, owes much of its rhythmic complexity to African musical traditions. The syncopation and swing rhythms that define jazz were influenced by the rhythms brought to the Americas by enslaved Africans, who blended their traditional drumming patterns with European musical forms. In the United States, African American musicians such as Duke Ellington, Charlie Parker, and Miles Davis incorporated African rhythmic elements into their compositions, creating jazz as we know it today. Similarly, the birth of rock and roll was shaped by African rhythms, with artists like Chuck Berry and Little Richard infusing the genre with syncopated rhythms and energetic beats that resonate with African musical styles. Beyond jazz and rock, African rhythms have also deeply influenced Latin music, particularly genres like salsa, mambo, and bossa nova. These musical styles are rooted in the rhythmic foundations of West African drumming, with Cuban, Brazilian, and Puerto Rican musicians adapting and incorporating these rhythms into their local music traditions. The clave rhythm, a hallmark of Latin music, has its origins in African rhythmic patterns, showcasing the direct connection between African music and the development of Latin and Caribbean genres. In contemporary music, African rhythms continue to shape genres like hip-hop, electronic dance music, EDM, and world music. Artists like Fela Kuti, the pioneer of Afrobeat, fuse traditional African rhythms with funk, jazz, and highlife, creating a genre that has influenced musicians around the world. Modern pop music, including the global success of Afrobeat and Afropop, also reflects the continuing impact of African rhythms. International artists like Beyoncé, Drake, and Wizkid have embraced African rhythms, incorporating them into their music, further propelling the global influence of African musical traditions. In conclusion, African rhythms have left an indelible mark on the global music landscape, transcending geographical and cultural boundaries. From jazz and rock to Latin music and contemporary pop, African rhythms have shaped the soundscape of the modern world. This ongoing exchange of musical ideas reflects the universal appeal and enduring legacy of African musical traditions, which continue to inspire and influence musicians across the globe. Chapter 7: Painting and Rock Art Traditions. Painting and rock art traditions are an essential aspect of African artistic expression, providing insight into the continent's rich history, cultural beliefs, and spiritual practices. These visual art forms are not only deeply symbolic, but also serve as a record of the communities that created them, reflecting their worldview, relationship with nature, and ancestral heritage. From ancient rock paintings in southern Africa to contemporary African painting practices, these art forms continue to evolve, bridging the past with the present while remaining deeply rooted in African cultural identity. African rock art, some of the oldest in the world, is found in various regions across the continent, with notable examples in southern Africa, the Sahara, and the Sahel. The rock paintings of the Sand People, often referred to as the Bushmen, are among the most famous examples of African rock art. These paintings, found in caves and on rock surfaces, depict scenes of hunting, rituals, and spiritual practices, offering a glimpse into the daily lives and beliefs of these early peoples. The San believed that the painted images held mystical powers, linking the human world with the spiritual realm. For instance, the images of animals, particularly those associated with hunting, were thought to embody the spirits of these animals and were believed to ensure success in hunting or provide protection from harm. Rock art in Africa is not confined to ancient times. Contemporary artists continue to be influenced by the traditions of rock painting. In modern times, these ancient practices have inspired artists who seek to reconnect with their cultural heritage, often using symbolic motifs and forms found in rock art to create new works. These artists maintain the deep symbolic connection to nature, ancestors, and the spiritual world, yet express them through contemporary mediums, such as canvas, mixed media, and even digital art. Painting, beyond the realm of rock art, has been an essential form of expression across Africa for centuries. Traditional African painting, often linked to ceremonial practices, reflects the community's social, spiritual, and political life. Body painting, face painting, and the use of painted objects such as masks and ceremonial regalia are all part of this vibrant tradition. These forms of painting are used to mark important life events, signify status or identity, or connect with the divine. The use of color, patterns, and symbols in African painting often holds specific meanings, with certain colors representing particular elements of nature or spiritual forces. Contemporary African painters, such as Ben Nwanwu, Sherry Samba, and Yinka Shonabare, have built on the traditional foundations of African art, incorporating both African themes and modern techniques into their work. These artists blend indigenous practices with global influences, resulting in a unique and diverse array of artistic styles that address issues ranging from colonialism and identity to urbanization and globalization. Their works bring African art into the global art scene while still maintaining a deep connection to the continent's cultural roots. In conclusion, painting and rock art traditions are integral to the understanding of African cultural heritage, offering a window into the continent's spiritual, social, and historical landscapes. Whether through ancient rock paintings that link modern-day Africans to their ancestors, or through contemporary art that addresses contemporary issues, African painting traditions continue to evolve while preserving and honoring the past. These artistic practices remain a vibrant and vital part of African culture, ensuring that the stories of the past continue to resonate in the present. Ancient rock art and its archaeological importance. Ancient rock art holds a profound place in the archaeological study of Africa, providing invaluable insight into the continent's early human history, cultural practices, and spiritual beliefs. Dating back thousands of years, African rock art includes a vast array of paintings, engravings, and carvings found in caves, rock shelters, and on exposed rock surfaces across the continent. These art forms are not just artistic expressions. They are key to understanding the daily lives, rituals, and thought systems of ancient African societies. The study of these ancient artworks reveals critical aspects of early human development and offers a tangible connection to the distant past. One of the most significant aspects of African rock art is its age. Some of the earliest known rock paintings are located in the southern regions of Africa, particularly in South Africa and Namibia, and date back over 20,000 years. The San people, ancestors of today's Khoisan groups, created some of the most well-known rock art depicting hunting scenes, animal figures, and symbolic representations. These artworks were often painted using natural pigments derived from ochre, charcoal, and mineral earths, applied with fingers, brushes made from plant fibers, or even spatulas. The vivid images were not just for decoration. They were deeply spiritual, believed to invoke the power of animals or spirits to aid in hunting or healing rituals. Such practices highlight the integration of art into daily life, where creative expressions served as a bridge between the physical world and the supernatural realm. The archaeological importance of African rock art lies in its ability to illuminate the cognitive and cultural development of early humans. Unlike written records, rock art provides a direct, visual connection to past societies, allowing archaeologists to piece together aspects of human existence that would otherwise be lost to time. The depictions of animals, human figures, and ritualistic scenes can provide clues about the tools, clothing, and behaviors of ancient people. Additionally, the symbolic use of color and patterns in the art offers a window into the belief systems of early African societies, where animals often had spiritual significance, and the representation of these creatures was tied to hunting magic, ancestor worship, and tribal identity. Rock art also offers vital insights into the changing environments and landscapes of Africa throughout history. For example, some paintings found in the Sahara Desert depict now extinct species of animals, such as giant fish and crocodiles, suggesting that the region was once much wetter and supported a broader range of wildlife. By studying the subject matter of these artworks, archaeologists can trace climate changes and understand how early humans adapted to shifting ecosystems. In addition to its archaeological significance, ancient rock art has cultural importance. For contemporary African communities, these ancient artworks are a symbol of their cultural legacy and a tangible connection to their ancestors. The continued reverence for these art forms fosters a sense of identity and continuity, ensuring that the knowledge and practices of the past remain relevant in the present. In conclusion, ancient rock art plays a crucial role in understanding Africa's distant past. Its archaeological importance lies not only in what it tells us about ancient societies, but also in the ways it connects the present to the distant past. Through the study of these ancient artworks, we gain a deeper understanding of early African human life, culture, and spirituality, providing a lasting legacy for generations to come. The evolution of African painting styles. The evolution of African painting styles is a rich and dynamic journey that reflects the continent's diverse cultural heritage, historical transformations, and ongoing engagement with both traditional and modern influences. From the earliest rock art to contemporary painting practices, African art has always been deeply connected to spiritual, social, and political realms. The development of painting in Africa can be understood as a process of continual adaptation, where ancient traditions evolve and new artistic expressions emerge in response to changing circumstances, such as colonialism, urbanization, and globalization. African painting has its earliest roots in rock art, with some of the most famous examples found in southern Africa, where the Sand People created vivid and symbolic paintings thousands of years ago. These early works were deeply tied to spirituality, hunting rituals, and the relationship between humans and the natural world. The intricate designs and use of natural pigments like ochre reflect a sophisticated understanding of the environment and its spiritual significance. The rock art traditions, in which humans were depicted alongside animals, conveyed not just realistic representations, but also symbolic meanings tied to belief systems. As such, African painting in its earliest form was less about aesthetic expression in the Western sense, and more about communicating deeper truths and connections with the world. The evolution of African painting took a significant turn with the introduction of new materials and techniques during the colonial period. European colonialism brought new artistic tools, such as oil paints and canvas, to African artists, leading to the blending of indigenous techniques with European styles. This fusion created new opportunities for African artists, though it also presented challenges as it was shaped by colonial politics and cultural imposition. In the early 20th century, artists like Aina Onabolu and Gerard Sokoto began to incorporate Western-style portraiture and landscape painting into their work, reflecting both a growing awareness of Western art traditions and an ongoing desire to preserve African cultural identity. Simultaneously, many African artists in the post-colonial period sought to rediscover and reassert indigenous forms of expression through painting. This period saw a resurgence of interest in African symbolism, with a focus on vibrant colors, geometric patterns, and the use of traditional motifs drawn from African cultural and spiritual life. Artists like Benin Wanwu in Nigeria and Ibrahim El Salahi from Sudan gained international recognition for their ability to blend Western modernist techniques with African aesthetics, creating a unique style that was both contemporary and distinctly African. In the latter half of the 20th century and into the 21st century, African painting continued to evolve, with artists addressing contemporary issues such as urbanization, political unrest, and identity. The rise of globalism and access to international art markets led to a diversification of African painting styles, from abstract works to social and political commentary. Artists such as Cherry Samba from the Democratic Republic of Congo and El Anatsui from Ghana have become internationally acclaimed for their innovative approaches to painting and mixed media, challenging traditional forms while highlighting Africa's complex identity in a globalized world. Today, African painting continues to be a vital form of artistic expression, embracing both traditional influences and contemporary global trends. The evolution of African painting styles reflects a broader narrative of resilience, adaptation, and innovation, as artists continue to explore new ways of expressing Africa's diverse and dynamic cultures. The enduring significance of African painting lies in its ability to both preserve cultural heritage and engage with contemporary global conversations, ensuring that African art remains a powerful voice in the world. Contemporary African painters and their movements. Contemporary African painters have made significant contributions to global art movements, offering fresh perspectives on African culture, identity, and history. These artists blend traditional elements with innovative techniques, creating works that resonate both within Africa and internationally. Through their unique styles and use of diverse media, they address pressing contemporary issues such as colonialism, globalization, social justice, and identity, all while challenging Western conceptions of art. Contemporary African painting reflects the complexity and dynamism of the continent while also asserting a distinct and powerful voice in the global art world. One of the key figures in contemporary African painting is Nigerian artist Benin Wanwu. Renowned for his use of vibrant colors and figurative compositions, and Wanwu helped define the early modern art movement in Africa. His work integrated African traditions with European modernism, positioning African art within the broader context of global art movements. His iconic painting, Ancestral Portrait, 1955, exemplifies his fusion of African heritage with modern artistic expression, combining symbolism and realism in a manner that has become emblematic of contemporary African art. And Nwanwu's influence also extended to his role in the development of the Nigerian Art Society, which sought to create a distinct African art movement. As African art evolved, so did the styles and themes explored by its painters. In the 1960s and 1970s, African artists like Gerard Sokoto from South Africa and Uche Okeke from Nigeria began to push against the constraints of colonial art practices, focusing on subjects related to social change, identity, and political realities. Sokoto, in particular, is considered the father of modern South African painting, using his art to reflect the struggles of the Black community under apartheid. His works combine Western techniques with African themes, highlighting the everyday lives of ordinary people within the context of political oppression. In the 1980s and 1990s, contemporary African painting took on more varied and experimental approaches, with artists embracing abstraction, conceptual art, and new media. Nigerian artist El Anatsui, for example, is famous for his large-scale installations made from discarded aluminum bottle caps, transforming these materials into intricate textile-like structures that evoke themes of African heritage, consumerism, and globalization. His work has been displayed at major international art venues, further solidifying the global relevance of contemporary African art. The 21st century has seen an explosion of African artists who continue to push boundaries while addressing issues of global importance. Artists such as Yinka Shonibare from Nigeria and Cherry Samba from the Democratic Republic of Congo are renowned for their thought-provoking works that explore identity, race, and colonial legacies. Shonibare's use of batik fabric to create sculptures and installations questions notions of cultural authenticity, while Samba's vibrant paintings and social commentary address African social, political, and cultural issues with a touch of humor and irony. Today, contemporary African painters continue to engage with both local and global themes. The rise of global connectivity has allowed African artists to reach broader audiences, and they are increasingly part of the international art market, exhibiting in major galleries and museums worldwide. These artists represent the diversity and complexity of modern Africa, offering work that is rich in both historical references and contemporary relevance, ensuring that African painting remains a vital part of global cultural discourse. Symbolism and storytelling in visual art. Symbolism and storytelling are integral elements of African visual art, providing a unique way to communicate cultural values, histories, and spiritual beliefs. For centuries, African artists have used visual representations to convey complex ideas, often embedding layers of meaning within their work. The rich tradition of symbolism in African art is rooted in the belief that art is not merely for aesthetic purposes, but serves as a powerful tool for expressing deeper truths about the world, the divine, and human existence. Through symbolism, African artists have maintained a dialogue with the past while addressing contemporary concerns, using visual language to tell stories that resonate across generations. One of the most striking aspects of African art is the use of symbols. These symbols often carry deep cultural significance, with colors, shapes, and forms representing more than their immediate visual appearance. For example, in many African cultures, certain colors are associated with particular meanings. White may symbolize purity or spiritual power, while red can represent danger or vitality. Geometric patterns are also rich in symbolism, often relating to concepts such as fertility, the cosmos, or the relationship between human beings and nature. Through these symbols, artists can communicate complex ideas about social roles, gender, and the cosmos without the need for written language. The tradition of storytelling in African art is also a powerful vehicle for passing down knowledge and preserving cultural heritage. African art has long been used to recount historical events, legends, and myths, providing a visual narrative that complements oral traditions. For example, many African sculptures and masks are crafted to depict ancestral figures or mythological beings, embodying stories passed down through generations. These works serve not only as artistic expressions, but as historical records, capturing key moments in the collective memory of the community. The narratives conveyed through these artworks often involve themes of creation, morality, power, and transformation, reflecting the values and beliefs of the culture. In addition to traditional forms of storytelling, contemporary African artists continue to use symbolism and visual language to address modern issues. For instance, artists like Ella Natsui and Cherry Samba use visual metaphors to explore themes of globalization, colonialism, and social change. Anatsui's works, made from discarded materials such as bottle caps, symbolically address the environmental impact of consumerism and the complexities of African identity in a globalized world. Similarly, Samba's paintings incorporate bold, vibrant colors and symbolic figures to comment on African politics, identity, and culture, often with humor and satire. In the context of African visual art, symbolism and storytelling are not just techniques, they are deeply embedded in the fabric of the culture. Art serves as a tool for communication, ensuring that stories are preserved and cultural values are passed on. Whether in the form of masks, sculptures, textiles, or contemporary paintings, the ability to tell stories and convey meaning through visual symbols remains one of the most powerful aspects of African art, continuing to captivate audiences worldwide with its depth and complexity. Through this process, African artists ensure that their cultures, histories, and beliefs are kept alive, offering a visual language that transcends time and place. The influence of global art movements on African painting. The evolution of African painting has been profoundly shaped by global art movements, as artists from the continent have continuously engaged with and responded to trends and developments from Europe, the Americas, and beyond. Over the years, African painters have balanced traditional practices with modernist and contemporary influences, creating a dynamic fusion of styles that reflect both local identity and global conversations. This engagement with international movements has not only expanded the creative possibilities for African artists, but has also contributed to a broader understanding of African art in the global context. One of the most significant impacts on African painting came with the introduction of Western modernism during the colonial era. As European powers imposed their cultural systems on African societies, they also introduced new artistic styles and techniques, including oil painting, portraiture, and the use of canvas. This was a period when African artists began to experiment with Western methods while seeking to preserve or reinterpret their indigenous artistic traditions. Early modern African artists, such as Nigeria's Aina Onabalu and South Africa's Gerard Sokoto, blended Western techniques like portraiture and landscape painting with African subjects and themes, positioning African art within the broader modernist discourse. In the mid-20th century, African artists began to incorporate elements of abstraction and surrealism into their work, aligning with global art movements that emphasized the emotional and psychological dimensions of art. This shift was in part a reaction to the social and political upheaval many African nations experienced during the process of decolonization. The works of artists such as Nigerian painter Ben Nwanwu and Ghanaian artist Kwame Akoto explored abstract forms and symbols, reflecting the growing desire to create an art that was uniquely African yet engaged with contemporary global trends. As African nations gained independence, African artists looked to global movements like the Harlem Renaissance and post-war European avant-garde art for inspiration. These movements, which emphasized racial identity, cultural pride, and self-expression, resonated with African artists who were striving to assert their cultural autonomy and challenge the legacy of colonialism. The development of Pan-Africanism also influenced African painting, with artists drawing upon shared African heritage and history to explore themes of unity and resistance. For example, The work of Nigerian artist Uche Okeke, who was influenced by the Nigerian Art Society, combined traditional African imagery with modernist influences to address issues of nationalism and African identity. In more recent decades, contemporary African artists have continued to engage with global art movements, incorporating digital media, conceptual art, and street art into their work. African painters like Ella Natsui, Yinka Shonibare, and Cherry Samba have achieved international recognition by blending Western art forms with African traditions, often addressing complex global issues such as post-colonial identity, globalization, and social justice. Anatsui's large-scale installations, made from discarded materials, are a prime example of how contemporary African artists are pushing the boundaries of traditional painting and responding to global conversations about environmental sustainability and consumerism. Overall, the influence of global art movements on African painting has resulted in a rich and diverse body of work that reflects both local traditions and global engagement. While African artists continue to draw upon their cultural heritage, they are also active participants in global art discourses, creating works that reflect the complexities of the modern world. Through this dynamic interplay, African painting has evolved into a powerful, multifaceted art form that resonates both within Africa and across the globe. Chapter 8: Ceramics and Pottery. Ceramics and pottery have long been integral to African cultures, serving not only as functional items, but also as a form of artistic expression. From the earliest days of African civilization, pottery has been used for a variety of purposes, including storage, cooking, ritual, and adornment. African ceramics are often distinguished by their exceptional craftsmanship, vibrant designs, and symbolic significance, which make them an important part of the continent's artistic legacy. In this chapter, we will explore the rich history, techniques, and cultural roles of ceramics and pottery in African societies. The history of African pottery dates back thousands of years, with early examples found in archaeological sites across the continent. The oldest known pottery in Africa was created in the Sahara Desert around 8000 BCE, and it played an essential role in the development of early African civilizations. Early African potters used local clay and natural resources to create functional vessels for cooking, storage, and ceremonial use. Over time, the craft of pottery evolved, with each region developing distinct styles, techniques, and forms of decoration that reflected local customs and belief systems. The pottery of the Nok culture in Nigeria, for instance, is characterized by its intricate, stylized human figures and faces, while the pottery of the Zulu people in southern Africa often features geometric patterns and bold shapes. The techniques used in African ceramics vary widely, depending on the region and available materials. Traditional pottery in many African cultures is made by hand, using coiling or pinching techniques rather than the wheel-throwing method common in Western ceramics. Potters often use simple tools, such as wooden paddles and stones, to shape and smooth the clay. Once the piece is shaped, it is left to dry before being fired in a kiln or an open fire. The firing process is often a communal activity, with potters working together to create a strong and durable finish. Some African potters also use a process called burnishing, where the surface of the pot is polished with a smooth stone to give it a shiny, reflective appearance. In addition to their practical uses, African ceramics often hold symbolic meanings, particularly in relation to rituals and spirituality. Pottery plays a significant role in many African ceremonies, including weddings, funerals, and rites of passage. In some cultures, pottery vessels are used to hold offerings to the gods or ancestors, symbolizing the connection between the living and the spiritual realm. The decorative elements on the pottery often carry specific meanings as well. Geometric patterns may represent concepts such as fertility, the cycle of life, or the cosmos, while animal motifs can symbolize strength, wisdom, or protection. In contemporary African art, pottery continues to evolve as both a functional craft and an art form. While traditional methods and designs are still practiced by many artisans, modern African ceramists have introduced new techniques and styles, blending the old with the new. Artists like Magdalene Odundo from Kenya and Kofi Satorji from Ghana have gained international recognition for their innovative ceramic works that combine traditional African forms with modern design sensibilities. These contemporary potters continue to explore the cultural, symbolic, and aesthetic significance of ceramics while contributing to the global art scene. Ceramics and pottery remain a vital part of African art and culture, linking the past to the present and offering insights into the diverse societies that have shaped them. Through their beauty, functionality, and symbolism, African ceramics continue to inspire and captivate, showcasing the creativity and resourcefulness of African artisans across generations. Traditional pottery techniques and regional styles. Traditional pottery techniques in Africa are diverse, shaped by centuries of cultural practices and the availability of local materials. Across the continent, pottery serves not only a functional role in daily life, but also reflects cultural values and aesthetic sensibilities. Potters use a variety of methods passed down through generations, each region employing unique techniques and styles that distinguish their pottery traditions. These techniques are deeply tied to local beliefs, rituals, and the environmental resources available to the potters. One of the most common methods of creating pottery in Africa is hand building, a technique that does not require a potter's wheel. This process involves shaping the clay by hand, often using coiling or pinching techniques. In coiling, the potter rolls out long strips of clay, which are then stacked in a spiral formation and smoothed together. This technique allows for the creation of large round pots with distinct textured surfaces. In pinching, the potter molds the clay by pinching it between their fingers, gradually forming a vessel. Both methods are practiced in many African cultures, and their simplicity lends itself to creativity in design and form. Once shaped, the pottery is often dried slowly to prevent cracking. The firing process varies depending on the region and the type of pottery being produced. In many parts of Africa, pottery is traditionally fired in open pits or simple kilns, which can produce a range of textures and finishes. The use of firewood or other organic materials to fuel the kiln often results in a natural, earthy appearance, with unique variations in color and surface texture. Some regions also practice burnishing, where the surface of the pot is polished with a smooth stone, giving it a shiny, reflective quality. This technique is particularly prominent in places like Ghana and Burkina Faso, where potters burnish their creations to create smooth, lustrous surfaces. Regional styles of pottery vary widely across Africa, with each culture infusing its pieces with distinct forms, decoration, and symbolism. In West Africa, the pottery of the Dogon people of Mali is known for its distinctive shapes, often featuring elongated necks and geometric designs that hold symbolic meaning. Dogon pots are frequently decorated with motifs inspired by nature, such as animals or celestial bodies, reflecting the culture's deep connection to the spiritual and natural world. In contrast, the pottery of the Ndebele people in southern Africa is characterized by bold graphic designs with bright colors and geometric patterns that symbolize family and community. In East Africa, the pottery traditions of the Maasai and Kikuyu peoples of Kenya and Tanzania also reflect distinct regional influences. Maasai pottery, for example, often features simple, functional forms with decorative incised lines that can represent family lineage or social status. The Kikuyu people, meanwhile, produce both utilitarian and ceremonial pottery, often using intricate patterns to symbolize fertility, protection, and ancestral ties. Ceramics from these regions are not merely decorative, but serve as integral parts of daily life and cultural practices. In some African cultures, pottery is also tied to rituals such as childbirth, marriage, and death, with specific vessels used in ceremonies to mark significant life events. Pottery is frequently used in offerings to ancestors or spirits, symbolizing both connection and respect. The legacy of African pottery is not only in its aesthetic beauty, but in its practicality, symbolisms, and the techniques that are passed down through generations. While contemporary African potters continue to innovate and adapt to modern trends, these traditional methods and regional styles remain an essential part of the continent's rich artistic heritage. Functional versus decorative pottery. In African pottery, there is a distinct yet intertwined relationship between functional and decorative pieces, with many objects serving both practical and symbolic roles. Pottery has traditionally been made for utilitarian purposes, such as cooking, storage, and ritual, but it has also evolved into a medium for artistic expression and cultural storytelling. The distinction between functional and decorative pottery is not always clear-cut, as many African potters blend both aspects into their creations, imbuing everyday items with artistic features that reflect cultural values and aesthetic preferences. Functional pottery is often designed with specific purposes in mind, such as cooking vessels, water jars, storage containers, and serving bowls. These pieces are crafted with practicality at the forefront, shaped to suit the needs of daily life in their respective communities. For example, in many African societies, large, rounded pots are used for cooking stews or storing grains. The functional designs of these vessels reflect the lifestyle and the materials available to potters. In regions like West Africa, clay pots are often shaped to retain heat and moisture, making them ideal for slow-cooking food. Similarly, water vessels, which are vital in many African cultures, are designed with narrow necks and wide bodies to store and preserve liquids effectively. In addition to their utilitarian function, these pieces may feature artistic elements such as geometric patterns, incised designs, or symbolic motifs. These decorative details often carry deep cultural significance, offering a visual language that communicates values such as fertility, family, or spiritual beliefs. For instance, certain symbols might be included on storage pots to represent ancestral protection or blessings. Even utilitarian items, therefore, serve a dual purpose. They are functional in daily life while also reflecting the cultural and spiritual world of the community. On the other hand, decorative pottery in Africa often focuses more on visual appeal and artistic expression than practicality. These pieces may include intricate designs or stylized forms that are not intended for everyday use, but instead serve ceremonial or ornamental functions. Examples of decorative pottery include ritual vessels, statues, or sculptural pieces created for spiritual or artistic purposes. In many African cultures, pots and vessels used in ceremonies such as weddings, funerals, or initiation rites are often adorned with elaborate decoration. These pieces are crafted with great care and attention to symbolism, with the decoration serving to communicate specific messages or meanings. The decorative motifs might represent the ancestors, gods, or other spiritual entities, ensuring that the ritual is sacred and meaningful. In some regions, functional pottery may also be used for ceremonial purposes, blurring the line between the two categories. For instance, in the Yoruba culture of Nigeria, pottery used for daily life might also be employed in religious ceremonies, with special symbols and patterns added to enhance their spiritual significance. The vessels used in these contexts are often both practical and beautiful, embodying the cultural belief that beauty and functionality are interwoven in African artistic traditions. Today, the distinction between functional and decorative pottery in Africa continues to evolve. While many contemporary African potters are embracing new techniques and materials, they still draw upon traditional practices that emphasize the integration of form, function, and decoration. Whether through practical vessels that carry cultural meaning or decorative works that embody artistic visions, African pottery remains an important and dynamic art form that reflects both the utility and the beauty of life. Women as the custodians of ceramic arts. In many African societies, women have historically played a central role in the production of ceramics, carrying the responsibility of preserving and passing down ceramic traditions through generations. Pottery has often been seen as a domestic craft, integral to daily life, and women's involvement in ceramic production is deeply rooted in the social and cultural fabric of their communities. This connection between women and pottery goes beyond mere craftsmanship. It reflects broader gender roles, cultural practices, and the symbolic importance of ceramics in African societies. Women, especially in rural areas, are the primary potters in many African cultures, responsible for creating the functional and decorative vessels used in everyday life. Pottery is often considered women's work due to its association with domestic tasks such as cooking, storage, and water collection. These vessels are not only designed to serve practical purposes, but are also imbued with symbolic meaning, reflecting the woman's role within her family and community. In societies such as the Yoruba in Nigeria and the Ndebele in South Africa, women's pottery often includes motifs and symbols that convey aspects of fertility, family, and spirituality, all of which tie back to their roles as mothers and nurturers. In addition to their functional uses, pottery made by women often carries spiritual and cultural significance. For instance, in many African cultures, women's pottery is used in rituals, ceremonies, and rites of passage, such as weddings, childbirth, and ancestor veneration. In these contexts, pottery is seen not just as a physical object, but as a conduit for communicating with the spiritual realm. Women's involvement in these rituals further underscores their position as custodians of cultural heritage, responsible for both maintaining and transmitting traditions to future generations. The preservation and transmission of ceramic arts from one generation to the next is a vital aspect of women's roles as custodians. In many communities, the knowledge of pottery making is passed down from mother to daughter, with young girls learning the craft through hands-on experience and mentorship. This apprenticeship system ensures the continuity of traditional techniques, methods, and design principles. It is through this process that women sustain the cultural significance of pottery, while also allowing it to evolve and adapt to changing social and cultural contexts. However, the role of women in African pottery production is not without challenges. As the global art world increasingly recognizes African art, contemporary women potters are seeking ways to balance traditional practices with new opportunities for artistic expression. In some cases, women have begun to collaborate with male potters or work within the context of broader art markets, where their ceramics are appreciated not only for their functionality, but also for their artistic value. Despite these changes, women continue to be the heart of ceramic traditions, ensuring that their cultural legacy remains strong. Today, the contributions of women to the ceramic arts continue to be celebrated both within African communities and globally. Through their work, they demonstrate an enduring commitment to craftsmanship, cultural preservation, and artistic innovation, solidifying their position as the custodians of this vital art form. The role of pottery in religious and social practices. In many African cultures, pottery holds significant religious and social value, serving not only as a functional craft, but also as a medium through which spiritual beliefs and social structures are expressed. The role of pottery in these practices extends beyond its utility, often symbolizing concepts such as life, fertility, ancestry, and the connection between the physical and spiritual realms. Pottery, therefore, serves as a vehicle for cultural expression and ritual, deeply interwoven with the everyday lives and spiritual practices of African communities. In religious practices, pottery often plays a key role in rituals, ceremonies, and offerings to deities, spirits, and ancestors. Many African religions and belief systems center around the veneration of ancestors and the spirits that influence daily life, and pottery is used as an offering or symbolic tool in these practices. For example, in the Yoruba religion of Nigeria, certain types of pottery vessels are used to hold food offerings to the gods, as well as for the preparation of ritual foods. These vessels may be decorated with specific motifs that evoke divine protection or blessings. Similarly, among the Akan people of Ghana, ceremonial pots are used during rituals to communicate with the ancestors, acting as intermediaries between the living and the spiritual world. The symbolic importance of pottery is also evident in its use during life cycle events. For example, pottery is often a central component of marriage ceremonies, where vessels are exchanged as part of dowries, symbolizing the union of two families. In the context of childbirth, pottery may be used for protective or healing rituals. The design and form of the pottery often carry meanings tied to fertility and the cycle of life. Women in particular, as the primary creators of pottery, are seen as gatekeepers of fertility, and their work in creating vessels for childbirth and fertility rituals reinforces their spiritual and social roles within the community. Pottery's role in social practices extends beyond its religious significance. It is often used to mark important social milestones such as initiations, naming ceremonies, and funerals. The shape, design, and decoration of these pieces can signify social status, age, or family lineage. In some cultures, specific types of pottery are reserved for elite or ceremonial use, while other vessels are used for everyday purposes by the general population. The careful crafting of these pots often represents a person's status within society, as well as their relationship with the wider community. Moreover, pottery can be seen as a reflection of communal identity. The designs and styles of pottery often differ across regions and ethnic groups, each carrying specific cultural meanings. For instance, the geometric patterns found on pottery in the southern African regions are tied to family heritage, while the intricate designs of West African pottery may represent the spiritual forces and cosmological views of the people who create them. Overall, pottery in African cultures functions as much more than a simple craft. It is a vital element of religious rituals, social practices, and cultural identity, serving as a medium through which individuals and communities connect with the spiritual world and each other. Whether used in religious offerings, social ceremonies, or everyday activities, pottery continues to be a powerful symbol of continuity, identity, and belief. Contemporary ceramic artists in Africa. Contemporary ceramic artists in Africa are building upon rich traditions of pottery and ceramics, while also embracing innovative techniques, diverse materials, and new artistic visions. These artists reflect the dynamic changes occurring in African society, combining ancient methods with modern sensibilities to explore themes such as identity, culture, globalization, and personal expression. While rooted in traditional practices, contemporary African ceramic art offers a unique perspective on the continent's evolving cultural landscape and the role of pottery in the present day. One of the key characteristics of contemporary African ceramic art is the blending of function and artistry. While traditional pottery often focused primarily on utilitarian purposes, modern African ceramists are increasingly creating pieces that challenge the boundaries between craft and fine art. Artists experiment with form, texture, and decoration to produce sculptural works that reflect the complexity of contemporary African life. These ceramic artists frequently draw inspiration from their cultural heritage, but reinterpret it through modern techniques and abstract expressions, resulting in works that can both challenge and celebrate African traditions. Prominent contemporary ceramic artists, such as Magdalene Odundo from Kenya, have gained international recognition for their work, which bridges the gap between functional pottery and sculpture. Odundo's work is particularly known for its elegant, human-shaped vessels, which are inspired by African and ancient Mediterranean art. Her pieces, which often incorporate subtle references to the human body, explore themes of femininity, identity, and the human connection to the environment. Odundo's unique approach to ceramic art reflects a deep understanding of traditional African pottery, while pushing the boundaries of the medium to express universal themes. Similarly, artists like the South African ceramicist Andile Dialvane have gained attention for their work, which combines ceramics with contemporary design and symbolic references to African spirituality and ancestry. Dialvane's intricate designs and innovative use of materials, such as clay and natural pigments, are an exploration of cultural identity, bridging the gap between indigenous practices and modern artistic expression. His work reflects both the continuity and transformation of African traditions, showing how contemporary artists are reshaping and redefining ceramic art in the context of global conversations about African identity and heritage. In addition to personal expression, contemporary African ceramic artists often use their work as a platform to address social issues, including colonial history, environmental sustainability, and political unrest. Artists like the Nigerian-born ceramicist Temitope Ajose explore the relationship between contemporary African societies and traditional values, often integrating political or cultural commentary into their pieces. Through their work, these artists engage with pressing issues such as the legacy of colonialism, the impact of modernity on African cultures, and the effects of globalization on traditional craftsmanship. The rise of contemporary ceramic art in Africa is also supported by the growing number of galleries, workshops, and art festivals that showcase African ceramics on the international stage. The increasing visibility of African ceramic artists and their work is helping to redefine perceptions of African art, showing that it is as varied, dynamic, and innovative as any other artistic tradition in the world. By embracing both the past and the present, contemporary African ceramic artists are contributing to the global dialogue on art, culture, and identity, ensuring that African ceramics remain an important and evolving part of the continent's artistic heritage. Chapter 9: Contemporary African Art Movements. Contemporary African art movements represent a dynamic and diverse spectrum of creative expressions, showcasing the evolution of African art in response to political, social, and cultural changes across the continent. These movements, while grounded in traditional African aesthetic principles, engage with global art trends, offering fresh perspectives on African identity, history, and the contemporary world. Artists are pushing boundaries, blending local and international influences, and experimenting with mediums and concepts to create work that resonates both within Africa and on the global stage. One of the most significant contemporary African art movements is the rise of post-colonial art, which seeks to address the legacies of colonialism and challenge Western stereotypes of African culture. Post-colonial African artists, such as the Nigerian artist Yinka Shonibare, use their work to explore themes of race, power, and identity. Shonibare's sculptures, paintings, and installations often incorporate Victorian-style clothing made from African wax print fabrics, creating a visual tension between European history and African culture. Through this, he critiques the complexities of colonial history, cultural exchange, and the identity struggles faced by post-colonial African societies. Another key movement in contemporary African art is Afrofuturism, which combines elements of science fiction, African heritage, and speculative futures. Artists working within this movement, such as the Ghanaian artist Ibrahim Mahama, explore the possibilities of African identities in a futuristic context. Afrofuturism reimagines the African past, present, and future, offering a vision of liberation and empowerment through the use of technology, traditional culture, and speculative narratives. The movement reflects a desire to rethink Africa's position in the world, envisioning new futures where African people and cultures play a central role in global innovation and creativity. The contemporary African art scene has also seen the rise of socially engaged and politically motivated movements, with artists addressing themes such as human rights, gender equality, and the effects of globalization. The South African artist William Kentridge, for instance, explores the impact of apartheid and social justice through his work, which often combines animation, drawing, and performance. His pieces, while deeply rooted in the South African experience, speak to universal themes of injustice, suffering, and transformation. Similarly, African women artists like the Nigerian-born Jideka Akunyili Crosby and the Kenyan artist Wangechi Mutu use their art to engage with issues of race, gender, and migration, offering critical insights into the African experience in a globalized world. In addition to these movements, there has been a growing interest in conceptual and experimental art within Africa. Artists are increasingly using non-traditional materials and forms to challenge the notion of what African art can be. For example, the Nigerian artist El Anatsui is known for his large-scale sculptures made from discarded metal caps, transforming them into shimmering tapestries that speak to themes of consumption, environmental degradation, and the complexities of African cultural heritage. The global recognition of African art continues to grow, with biennales, international exhibitions, and contemporary art markets providing platforms for African artists to showcase their work. Contemporary African art movements are not only shaping the continent's artistic landscape, but are also contributing to a broader global dialogue on identity, heritage, and the role of art in society. By exploring the intersections of tradition, innovation, and global interconnectedness, contemporary African artists are redefining what it means to create art in Africa today. The transition from tradition to modernity. The transition from traditional to modern art in Africa is a complex and dynamic process shaped by historical, cultural, and socio-political transformations. While African art has always been deeply connected to cultural practices, beliefs, and daily life, the colonial era, followed by independence movements, triggered a shift in the way African artists approached their craft. This period marked a blend of indigenous traditions with modern influences, giving rise to new artistic forms and concepts that reflect the changing realities of the continent. During the colonial period, African art was often viewed through the lens of European values, with traditional forms being seen as primitive or outdated. As a result, many African artists began to challenge these perceptions, seeking to preserve their cultural heritage while engaging with modern artistic movements. Post-independence, a new wave of African artists began to explore their cultural identity within the context of a rapidly changing world. These artists incorporated both Western styles, such as Cubism and Surrealism, and traditional African themes, techniques, and materials. This fusion of traditions signaled the beginning of African modernism in art. The impact of globalization also played a significant role in the shift towards modernity. As African artists gained access to international art movements and exhibitions, they were exposed to diverse approaches to art making, pushing the boundaries of what was considered African art. Artists such as the Nigerian painter Ben Nwanwu and the South African sculptor Willem Boshoff, for example, experimented with modernist styles while maintaining ties to their African roots. Nwanwu's work combined Western techniques with African symbolism, creating pieces that resonated both with local audiences and international critics. As the 20th century progressed, African artists began to push for greater recognition of their work on the global stage, asserting the importance of African perspectives in the wider art world. Artists began to focus on issues such as political independence, social justice, and the challenges posed by globalization, exploring these themes through modern artistic practices. For instance, the rise of contemporary art movements like Afrofuturism, which incorporates futuristic themes and technology, represents the intersection of tradition and modernity, offering a new vision for African identity in the globalized world. This transition from tradition to modernity also influenced the materials and mediums used in African art. While traditional forms often utilize natural materials like wood, clay, and metal, modern African artists have embraced new technologies and mixed media, incorporating elements such as photography, video, and installation art. These shifts reflect a broader global trend in art making, while still carrying the spirit and messages of African culture. Ultimately, the evolution from traditional to modern African art is not a linear process, but one of continuous dialogue between past and present. It is a reflection of Africa's resilience, adaptability, and commitment to preserving cultural identity while embracing the possibilities of the future. Influential African artists in the 20th and 21st centuries. The 20th and 21st centuries have seen the emergence of a diverse group of African artists who have made profound impacts both within the continent and on the global art scene. These artists have bridged the gap between traditional African art forms and modern global artistic trends, using their work to address themes such as identity, colonialism, post-independence struggles, and the African experience in a rapidly changing world. Their contributions have reshaped the perception of African art and have inspired a new generation of artists. One of the most iconic figures in African art is Ben Nwanwu, a Nigerian painter and sculptor whose work combined modernist techniques with traditional African motifs. Nwanwu's exploration of Nigerian identity and cultural heritage, particularly through his famous sculpture, The Unknown Soldier, helped pave the way for future African artists. His ability to blend Western art styles with African symbolism brought him international acclaim, making him one of the most prominent African artists of the 20th century. Similarly, Wangechi Mutu, a Kenyan-born artist, has gained worldwide recognition for her multidisciplinary work that addresses themes of gender, race, and African identity in a global context. Through collages, sculptures, and video art, Mutu challenges stereotypical representations of African women while exploring issues of body politics, migration, and environmental degradation. Her use of mythological and fantastical imagery has made her a leading figure in contemporary African art. A Ghanaian sculptor has also become a key figure in the global art scene. Known for his large-scale installations made from discarded materials, such as metal bottle caps and aluminum, Anatsui's work speaks to themes of consumption, environmentalism, and Africa's colonial past. His innovative approach to sculpture has been celebrated for its ability to merge traditional African craftsmanship with contemporary concerns, making Anatsui a symbol of the fusion of tradition and modernity. Another influential artist is Yinka Shonibar, a Nigerian-British artist whose work interrogates the intersection of colonial history, race, and identity. Shonibar's installations, often featuring mannequins dressed in Victorian-era clothing made from African wax print fabrics, explore the legacy of European imperialism while also celebrating African cultural aesthetics. His work addresses issues of hybridity, identity, and the complexities of post-colonial Africa in a globalized world. In the realm of South African art, William Kentridge is a central figure known for his works on the themes of apartheid, memory, and social justice. Using a variety of media, including animation, drawing, and performance, Kentridge's powerful works tackle the legacies of apartheid and reflect on the ongoing social and political issues facing South Africa. His internationally acclaimed works have earned him recognition as one of the leading contemporary artists from Africa. These artists, among others, have been instrumental in shaping the discourse around African art in the 20th and 21st centuries. Their works not only reflect the diverse experiences of Africa, but also engage with global art movements, pushing the boundaries of what African art can represent and achieve in a modern context. Through their creative innovations, these artists continue to inspire future generations and challenge conventional ideas of art, identity, and culture. The impact of colonialism and independence on art. The impact of colonialism and independence on African art is profound and multifaceted, shaping the trajectory of artistic expression across the continent. Colonialism disrupted indigenous artistic practices, introducing European values, aesthetics, and systems of art education that sought to erase or subordinate traditional African art. However, the period also led to the creation of a new, hybrid artistic language that merged African traditions with Western influences, giving rise to a distinct form of post-colonial African art. Independence movements further influenced the evolution of African art, as artists grappled with national identity, cultural heritage, and the legacy of colonialism in the newly independent states. Under colonial rule, African art was often devalued and relegated to a lesser status compared to European art. Colonial authorities and missionaries viewed African art through a Western-centric lens, often describing it as primitive or unsophisticated. Traditional African art, which was deeply tied to cultural and spiritual practices, was suppressed in favor of European models of artistic expression. Many indigenous forms, such as masks, sculptures, and textiles, were dismissed as rudimentary or devoid of artistic merit. Consequently, African artists faced challenges in maintaining their cultural heritage while adapting to colonial structures. At the same time, the colonial period also introduced Western art forms and techniques, which influenced African artists' engagement with European styles such as realism, impressionism, and later modernism. Some African artists trained in Western institutions or under European tutelage, incorporating these techniques into their work. However, these artists often maintained strong ties to their African roots, combining Western forms with indigenous symbolism and themes. This fusion of European and African influences marked the beginning of a new phase in African art, which would be defined by experimentation and hybridization. The independence movements that swept across Africa in the mid-20th century had a transformative effect on African art. As African nations sought to break free from colonial rule, artists became powerful voices in expressing national pride, cultural identity, and the desire for political liberation. Artists like El Anatsui from Ghana and Ben Nwanwu from Nigeria embraced the opportunity to redefine African art by blending traditional materials and motifs with modernist techniques. Art became a tool for exploring themes of self-determination, celebrating African heritage, and critiquing the remnants of colonial oppression. In post-independence Africa, art was further politicized as it became a means of addressing the social and economic challenges faced by newly independent nations. During this time, artists such as Sokari Douglas Camp and Uche Okeke explored themes of nationalism, Pan-Africanism, and the quest for unity. Art became a vital expression of the African experience, reflecting both the promise of independence and the struggles of post-colonial realities. The impact of colonialism and the subsequent drive for independence not only redefined the purpose of African art, but also solidified its role as a vehicle for social change, cultural pride, and the reassertion of African identities in the global arena. While colonialism tried to suppress African art, it ultimately sparked a creative renaissance, and the post-independence era further empowered artists to use their work as a tool for political and cultural transformation. Themes of identity, politics, and social change. In contemporary African art, themes of identity, politics, and social change have become central to the narrative. These themes reflect the complex histories of the continent, from the legacy of colonialism to the ongoing struggles for equality, justice, and self-expression. African artists have used their work as a powerful means of exploring, reflecting, and challenging societal norms, making art a potent tool for social and political commentary. Identity is a fundamental theme in African art, particularly as artists confront the intersections of indigenous cultures, colonial influences, and modern global realities. African identity has long been shaped by the experience of colonialism, the imposition of foreign cultures, and the forced dislocation of African peoples through the slave trade. In response, many African artists explore the question of who am I, and how identity can be reconstructed in the post-colonial world. The blending of traditional African motifs with modern artistic expressions in the work of artists like Yinka Shonibare and Wangechi Mutu highlights the tension between past and present, tradition and modernity. These artists delve into issues of race, heritage, and cultural hybridity, using their art to investigate how African identity is formed, altered, and celebrated. Politics also plays a crucial role in contemporary African art, as artists use their work to comment on and challenge political systems and power structures. The history of colonization, as well as the post-independence struggles in many African nations, has deeply influenced the political consciousness of artists. In particular, art has been a means of protesting against corruption, inequality, and the marginalization of specific groups within African societies. Artists like William Kentridge from South Africa addressed the lasting impact of apartheid, using their work to call attention to political injustices and social inequalities. Political art has also been employed as a tool for activism, with many artists confronting issues of governance, democracy, and human rights. Ella Natsui, for instance, uses his art to examine themes of consumption, waste, and the environmental costs of political and economic systems, creating intricate works that draw attention to both historical and contemporary forms of exploitation. Social change is another prominent theme in African art, as artists respond to shifting cultural dynamics and social movements. From women's rights to youth empowerment, African artists engage with the pressing issues of the day. The rise of gender-focused art, for example, has brought attention to the role of women in African societies and the ways in which patriarchal structures limit their agency. Artists like Jideka Akunyili Crosby and Zanele Muholi use their work to highlight gender-based issues, identity formation, and the complex realities faced by women and marginalized communities in Africa. The interplay of identity, politics, and social change in contemporary African art has given rise to a diverse and evolving body of work that continues to shape conversations around race, power, culture, and justice. Through their art, African artists not only document the present, but also envision new possibilities for the future, pushing the boundaries of art as a means of social transformation. The role of diaspora artists in global art movements. Diaspora artists have played a pivotal role in shaping and influencing global art movements, particularly by providing unique perspectives that blend their African heritage with the cultural contexts in which they now reside. The African diaspora, with its complex history of migration, displacement, and adaptation, has produced a diverse and dynamic group of artists whose work transcends geographical boundaries. These artists have been instrumental in introducing African cultural elements to the global stage, challenging dominant art narratives, and creating new artistic expressions that reflect both personal and collective histories. One of the primary contributions of diaspora artists to global art movements is the fusion of African traditions with Western artistic practices. Artists such as Chris Ofili from the United Kingdom, whose work incorporates traditional African motifs with Western techniques like painting and collage, have redefined the boundaries of contemporary art. Ofili's paintings, for example, blend African imagery, religious iconography, and pop culture to create complex, layered works that speak to issues of race, identity, and spirituality. His work helped bring African visual culture into the global spotlight and contributed to the rise of the Young British Artists, YBA, movement in the 1990s. Similarly, artists like Kerry James Marshall, an African-American artist, have explored the African diaspora experience through painting, sculpture, and installation. Marshall's works examine the representation of African Americans in art history, challenging the absence of Black figures in Western art narratives. His pieces often combine historical references with contemporary themes to interrogate race, identity, and social justice. Marshall's prominence within the global art world highlights how diaspora artists have redefined art history, offering critical commentary on the exclusion and marginalization of African-descended people in mainstream art movements. The impact of diaspora artists is not limited to the Western world. African artists who have migrated to other parts of the world, such as Omar Victor Diop from Senegal, have used photography and visual art to explore themes of globalization, African identity, and the legacy of colonialism. By engaging with their African heritage while also reflecting on their experiences in new environments, diaspora artists offer a complex and multi-layered understanding of identity and belonging. The global art world has also benefited from the contributions of diaspora artists to the development of movements like Afrofuturism, which blends African culture with futuristic visions of technology and science fiction. Artists such as Sun Ra, Wangechi Mutu, and Nick Cave have used Afrofuturism as a platform to imagine alternate futures for the African diaspora, addressing issues of race, technology, and the potential for empowerment in an ever-evolving world. In summary, diaspora artists have been essential in broadening the scope of contemporary global art by merging their African roots with international influences. Their work not only challenges preconceived notions about African art, but also offers new possibilities for creative expression that engage with global issues of race, culture, and identity. Through their contributions, diaspora artists have reshaped the landscape of contemporary art, making it more inclusive and reflective of a diverse, interconnected world. Chapter 10: African Art in the Global Market. The global market for African art has evolved significantly over the past several decades, shifting from a niche interest to a vibrant and dynamic industry. The increasing recognition of African art within global spaces, such as international galleries, auction houses, and art fairs, has redefined the ways in which African artists are valued and celebrated. This transformation has not only brought economic opportunities to artists, but has also prompted debates on the intersection of commerce, authenticity, and cultural preservation. Historically, African art was often marginalized or misunderstood in Western art markets. Traditional African art was frequently viewed through a colonial lens that emphasized its primitivism rather than its sophisticated cultural significance. However, as global interest in African art grew, particularly in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, there was a revaluation of its cultural richness and artistic merit. African contemporary artists, from El Anatsui to Wangechi Mutu, have played an instrumental role in this redefinition, using their work to address global themes such as identity, migration, and the African diaspora. These artists have carved out a space for African art within prestigious galleries and auction houses, where works from Africa now command high prices and attract international attention. The rise of African art in the global market has also been facilitated by the growth of African art fairs and biennales, such as the 154 Contemporary African Art Fair in London and the Dakar Biennale in Senegal. These events provide platforms for African artists to showcase their work to an international audience, further solidifying Africa's role in the global contemporary art scene. Additionally, prominent auction houses like Christie's and Sotheby's have seen an increase in the sale of African art, with works by artists like Ben Nwanwu and Omar Victor Diop reaching record-breaking prices. While these changes have brought about increased visibility for African art, they also raise questions about the commercialization of art and the preservation of cultural authenticity. As African artists gain recognition and commercial success, there is a tension between the global art market's demand for trends and the desire to maintain traditional cultural expressions. The commercialization of African art has sometimes led to a commodification of cultural symbols, raising concerns about the exploitation of indigenous knowledge and practices for profit. Additionally, some critics argue that the Western art market's interest in African art often focuses on works that conform to global tastes, sidelining traditional art forms that remain integral to many African communities. Despite these challenges, the global market has undoubtedly provided African artists with opportunities for professional growth, exposure, and financial stability. The increasing visibility of African art has contributed to a broader recognition of the continent's cultural diversity and artistic innovation. Furthermore, as African artists continue to engage with the global market, they are also reshaping the art world by introducing new perspectives and challenging traditional power dynamics in the global art industry. In conclusion, African art's integration into the global market is a testament to the creativity, resilience, and influence of African artists. As the market continues to evolve, it presents both opportunities and challenges, and the future of African art in the global scene will undoubtedly continue to shape and redefine the art world as a whole. The role of museums and galleries. Museums and galleries have long played a critical role in the preservation, presentation, and promotion of African art on the global stage. These institutions serve not only as custodians of art and culture, but also as platforms for dialogue, education, and the celebration of diverse artistic expressions. As African art gains increasing recognition worldwide, museums and galleries have become crucial spaces for bridging the gap between African traditions and contemporary global art movements. Historically, African art has often been sidelined or misrepresented in Western institutions. Colonial-era museums typically displayed African art in ways that distanced it from its cultural context, often placing traditional works in ethnographic or primitive categories. However, over the past few decades, a shift has occurred in how African art is presented. Museums and galleries have moved away from viewing African art solely through the lens of anthropology or exoticism, instead recognizing its richness, diversity, and relevance to contemporary global conversations about identity, politics, and social change. Institutions like the Smithsonian National Museum of African Art in Washington, D.C., and the Zeitz Museum of Contemporary Art Africa, MOCAE, in Cape Town, have been instrumental in changing how African art is both perceived and understood within the broader art world. The role of museums and galleries extends beyond exhibiting art. They are key players in the economic and cultural recognition of African artists. By showcasing African artists in major exhibitions, these institutions provide much-needed exposure and recognition to contemporary artists, many of whom would not have the resources or platforms to reach global audiences on their own. Through events like the Biennale di Venezia or international art fairs such as Art Basel, African artists are able to engage with a wider audience, building careers, attracting collectors, and gaining critical acclaim. This exposure has had significant financial benefits for African artists as their works are increasingly sought after in the global art market. Additionally, museums and galleries are at the forefront of cultural preservation, ensuring that Africa's rich artistic heritage is safeguarded for future generations. Many institutions are dedicated to archiving and conserving traditional art forms, such as textiles, sculpture, and ceramics, that are integral to African cultural identity. These efforts are particularly important in the face of rapid urbanization, climate change, and the erosion of traditional practices. Museums are also beginning to re-examine their collecting practices, striving for more ethical engagement with African communities and artists, ensuring that works are acquired in ways that respect cultural ownership and provenance. The educational role of museums and galleries in promoting African art cannot be overstated. By organizing exhibitions, educational programs, and workshops, these institutions help to inform both local and global audiences about the depth and diversity of African art traditions. In doing so, they create a space for cross-cultural dialogue, fostering greater appreciation and understanding of Africa's artistic contributions to the world. In conclusion, museums and galleries are central to the continued growth and recognition of African art in the global context. By providing platforms for African artists, facilitating the preservation of cultural heritage, and promoting educational initiatives, these institutions play an essential role in reshaping how African art is perceived and valued on the world stage. The ethics of art collection and repatriation. The ethics of art collection and repatriation have become crucial issues in the global art world, particularly when discussing African art. The acquisition and ownership of African artworks have often been controversial, as many pieces were taken from their countries of origin during the colonial era, often without the consent of the communities to which they belonged. The debate surrounding the repatriation of African art reflects broader concerns about cultural heritage, restitution, and the legacy of colonialism. During the colonial period, numerous African artifacts and works of art were removed from the continent by European colonizers and subsequently ended up in museums, galleries, and private collections across the world. Many of these objects were either looted during periods of conflict, such as the Benin bronzes taken from Nigeria in 1897, or taken through exploitative trade practices that ignored the cultural and spiritual significance of these works. For decades, these art pieces were displayed in Western institutions without recognition of their true cultural context. In many instances, the removal of these works was justified by the notion that they would be preserved or protected in European museums, but this view overlooked the deep cultural loss experienced by African communities. In recent years, the conversation around repatriation has gained momentum, with African governments, artists, and cultural leaders calling for the return of their cultural artifacts. The repatriation movement is rooted in the idea that these objects are integral to the identity and heritage of the communities from which they originated. Many African nations have formally requested the return of significant pieces, citing the importance of reconnecting these objects to their cultural, spiritual, and historical roots. The French government's return of cultural artifacts to Benin and the British Museum's ongoing discussions about the Benin bronzes have sparked broader conversations about the ownership and ethical responsibility of museums in the 21st century. The ethical questions surrounding art collection and repatriation are complex. On one hand, repatriating art is seen as a way to address historical injustices and heal the wounds of colonialism. On the other hand, some argue that museums and institutions in the West have played a role in preserving these objects and facilitating global access to them. In some cases, these museums argue that repatriation could lead to the loss of objects' wider historical context, especially if they are not properly cared for in their home countries. At the heart of the repatriation debate lies the principle of cultural sovereignty, the right of people and nations to control their own cultural heritage. This includes the right to determine how their cultural artifacts are displayed, studied, and preserved. The dialogue between African governments, global institutions, and the public continues to evolve, with increasing calls for museums and collectors to confront their past practices and acknowledge the value of returning cultural heritage to its rightful place. In conclusion, the ethics of art collection and repatriation are multifaceted issues that challenge long-held notions of ownership, preservation, and cultural respect. As the global art world continues to grapple with these questions, the repatriation movement highlights the need for greater dialogue, cooperation, and understanding between African nations and global institutions to ensure that cultural heritage is treated with the respect and reverence it deserves. African art at international auctions. In recent years, African art has gained significant attention at international auctions, marking a shift in how African artists and artworks are valued on the global stage. This growth reflects a broader trend of increased visibility and recognition for African art, which was once relegated to the margins of the global art market. As African artists gain prominence in the international art scene, auction houses such as Sotheby's, Christie's, and Bonhams have become key platforms for showcasing and selling works by contemporary African artists, as well as traditional pieces of cultural and historical significance. African art at international auctions has seen a surge in demand, with works by renowned artists like Ellen Asui, Ben Nwanwu, and Chris Ofili fetching high prices. The auction market for African art has expanded beyond the traditional boundaries of Western collectors, attracting interest from buyers in Asia, the Middle East, and Africa itself. This diversification of the buyer pool has led to higher sales prices and greater recognition for African artists, who are now positioned as influential figures in the global art world. Works by modern and contemporary African artists are increasingly seen as valuable investments, with auction houses offering them alongside works by established international artists. The rise of African art at international auctions has also highlighted the shift in how African art is perceived by collectors and institutions. Historically, African art was often seen as ethnographic or primitive, relegated to museum collections that focused on anthropology rather than art history. Today, however, African art is appreciated for its innovation, creativity, and ability to engage with global issues, such as identity, politics, and migration. Auction houses are playing a crucial role in this transformation by presenting African art in the context of contemporary global art movements and facilitating its integration into the broader art market. However, the growing market for African art also raises several ethical and cultural concerns. Some critics argue that the auctioning of African art at high prices can lead to the commodification of cultural heritage, distorting the meanings and context of the artworks. Additionally, the increasing commercialization of African art risks overshadowing its traditional uses, such as in ritualistic or community-based contexts, by turning it into an object of investment and speculation. Moreover, the practice of auctioning traditional African artifacts, many of which were looted during colonial times, adds another layer of complexity to the discussion. Issues of cultural ownership, restitution, and repatriation continue to challenge the art world as African artworks increasingly enter the international market. In conclusion, African art at international auctions represents both a triumph and a challenge. On one hand, it reflects the increasing recognition and financial value of African artists within the global art market. On the other hand, it raises important questions about the ethics of collecting, the role of cultural heritage, and the impact of commercial interests on the preservation and interpretation of African art. As the market for African art continues to grow, it is essential for collectors, institutions, and artists to navigate these issues thoughtfully, ensuring that African art is valued not only for its economic worth, but also for its cultural significance. Challenges facing contemporary African artists. Contemporary African artists face a myriad of challenges that impact their ability to create, showcase, and sell their work on both a local and international scale. While the global recognition of African art is on the rise, the hurdles that artists encounter remain substantial, affecting their artistic development, market access, and the broader institutional support they receive. These challenges are shaped by a combination of economic, political, and social factors, and understanding them is essential to navigating the complex landscape of contemporary African art. One of the most significant challenges facing contemporary African artists is limited access to funding and resources. In many African countries, art institutions, galleries, and government programs dedicated to supporting the arts are often underfunded or non-existent. This lack of infrastructure means that artists must rely on personal networks, international grants, or support from private galleries to fund their projects. Many artists face difficulties in securing the materials needed to create their work, as well as the studio spaces to produce large-scale pieces. Without proper financial backing or access to professional networks, many talented artists struggle to fully develop their practice or gain recognition. Another challenge is the lack of adequate exposure and access to international art markets. While there is growing interest in African art globally, many artists still face significant barriers to entering major international art fairs, galleries, and auction houses. Institutionalized biases toward Western art and artists often mean that African artists are overlooked or underrepresented in high-profile exhibitions. Additionally, the physical and logistical challenges of shipping artwork across borders, obtaining visas for international exhibitions, and navigating the bureaucracy of the art world can be time-consuming and costly. This lack of access to international markets limits the potential for African artists to showcase their work, expand their audience, and grow their careers. Political instability and censorship also play a role in shaping the environment in which contemporary African artists work. In countries with authoritarian regimes or ongoing political turmoil, artists may face restrictions on their freedom of expression. Works of art that address sensitive political topics, social issues, or historical injustices may be censored, banned, or met with hostility from government officials. In some cases, artists are even persecuted for their work. These political and social restrictions hinder the ability of artists to engage with important topics and share their perspectives, limiting the diversity and depth of contemporary African art. In addition, the legacy of colonialism and the challenges of identity remain key themes for many African artists. The complex relationship between tradition and modernity, as well as the tension between African identity and global culture, can be difficult to navigate. Artists often find themselves grappling with expectations about what constitutes authentic African art, while trying to create work that is both reflective of their own experiences and relevant to a global audience. The pressure to adhere to stereotypes of African culture or to conform to Western artistic standards can stifle creativity and expression. In conclusion, while contemporary African artists are making remarkable strides in the global art world, they continue to face significant challenges. These obstacles, ranging from economic constraints to political pressures and cultural expectations, can limit their potential for growth and success. However, through resilience, innovation, and growing international support, African artists are pushing the boundaries of their craft and reshaping the global art landscape. Addressing these challenges and creating sustainable avenues for artistic development will be crucial in ensuring the continued success and recognition of contemporary African art. The future of African art on the global stage. The future of African art on the global stage holds immense promise as the continent's rich and diverse artistic traditions continue to gain recognition and influence worldwide. With an increasing number of African artists receiving international acclaim, the global art scene is witnessing a profound shift in how African art is perceived and valued. The next few decades will likely see further integration of African art into the mainstream, as well as the emergence of new trends that reflect the changing socio-political and cultural landscape of the continent. One of the key factors shaping the future of African art is the growing role of digital platforms in promoting artists. The internet and social media have democratized access to art, allowing artists from even the most remote parts of Africa to reach global audiences. Online galleries, virtual exhibitions, and social media platforms like Instagram and Twitter provide artists with unprecedented opportunities to showcase their work and connect with collectors, curators, and art enthusiasts around the world. These digital spaces have broken down geographic and financial barriers, making African art more accessible and visible than ever before. Additionally, African art institutions, galleries, and art fairs are expanding, playing a vital role in the development of the continent's art scene. The establishment of prominent spaces like the Zeitz Museum of Contemporary Art Africa, MOCA, in Cape Town, South Africa, and the African Art Biennale in Dakar, Senegal, has helped to establish Africa as a hub for contemporary art. These institutions not only support African artists, but also provide platforms for the global exchange of ideas, fostering a deeper understanding of African art in the international art community. As more of these spaces emerge, they will be instrumental in showcasing the diversity and vibrancy of African artistic expression. Another crucial element in the future of African art is the increasing influence of African artists in the global market. As the value of African art continues to rise at international auctions, collectors, museums, and galleries are placing greater emphasis on acquiring works from African creators. This economic growth offers new opportunities for African artists to thrive financially and gain broader recognition, while also providing an incentive for younger generations to pursue careers in the arts. However, with this commercial success comes the challenge of ensuring that African art remains rooted in its cultural and social contexts, rather than being reduced to mere commodities for a global market. Furthermore, the thematic concerns that African artists address are evolving in response to contemporary challenges. Issues such as migration, climate change, identity, and political upheaval are increasingly being explored in African art, reflecting the continent's engagement with global conversations. As African artists continue to engage with pressing global issues, Their work will likely become a powerful tool for raising awareness, influencing political discourse, and inspiring change. In conclusion, the future of African art on the global stage is bright, with growing opportunities for recognition, financial success, and cultural influence. As digital platforms expand, African art institutions flourish, and artists continue to tackle relevant global issues, African art will continue to shape and redefine the international art world. However, it is essential that the global art community remains mindful of the cultural integrity and context of African art, ensuring that its growth is accompanied by a respect for its roots and traditions. The future of African art is not just about economic success, but also about cultural exchange, social impact, and the celebration of Africa's diverse artistic heritage. Chapter 11: Digital and Multimedia Arts in Africa. Digital and multimedia arts in Africa have rapidly evolved into one of the most dynamic and innovative sectors within the continent's contemporary art scene. As technology becomes increasingly accessible, African artists are embracing digital tools, video art, animation, and interactive media to explore new creative possibilities and address pressing social, political, and cultural issues. The rise of digital and multimedia arts is not only reshaping the way art is produced and consumed, but also creating new opportunities for African artists to engage with global audiences. One of the driving forces behind the rise of digital art in Africa is the increasing availability of affordable technology. Mobile phones, laptops, and digital cameras have become essential tools for many African artists, enabling them to create high-quality art from their homes or studios. The internet has also provided a platform for artists to share their work globally, offering access to a wide range of audiences and collectors. Social media platforms such as Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter have become central to the promotion and distribution of digital art, allowing artists to build their brands, connect with other creatives, and showcase their work to the world. Digital and multimedia art in Africa allows artists to experiment with new forms of expression and to engage with contemporary themes in ways that traditional art forms may not. For example, video art and digital installations offer a powerful medium for exploring themes such as migration, identity, memory, and historical trauma, subjects that are particularly relevant in the African context. Artists can also use digital tools to blend traditional cultural symbols and contemporary visual languages, creating hybrid works that speak to the continent's history while looking forward to its future. The use of digital media also enables greater interactivity, where audiences can participate in or alter the artwork, further expanding the boundaries of art and challenging the passive viewing experience. The incorporation of multimedia into African art has also given rise to new collaborations and artistic networks. Festivals, digital art exhibitions, and online platforms dedicated to African digital art are multiplying, creating spaces for artists to showcase their works and engage in dialogue with the global art community. Institutions such as the Nigerian Digital Art Festival and FESTAC, Festival of Arts and Culture, in Ghana highlight the growing presence of digital art on the African continent. These events not only celebrate the creativity of African digital artists, but also provide an avenue for them to expand their professional opportunities and connect with international markets. However, the expansion of digital and multimedia arts also presents challenges. One of the primary concerns is the lack of infrastructure and resources for digital artists in some African countries. Although technology is becoming more accessible, many artists still face difficulties accessing the equipment and training necessary to master digital media. Furthermore, the issue of intellectual property rights and digital piracy is a growing concern, as African artists struggle to protect their digital works from unauthorized reproduction and distribution. In conclusion, digital and multimedia arts in Africa are transforming the creative landscape, offering new opportunities for artistic expression and global recognition. As the continent's artists continue to innovate with technology, they are redefining the boundaries of contemporary art and establishing a unique voice within the global art market. While challenges persist, the future of digital art in Africa looks promising, with the potential for continued growth, collaboration, and impact on both the local and global stages. The rise of digital art and technology in African creativity. The rise of digital art and technology in African creativity marks a significant turning point in the continent's artistic development as artists embrace new tools and platforms to express themselves and engage with contemporary global conversations. With the increasing accessibility of digital technology, African artists are breaking free from traditional mediums to explore a vast range of innovative artistic forms, including digital paintings, virtual reality, VR experiences, interactive installations, and digital animation. This transformation is not only reshaping the way art is created, but also democratizing access to artistic opportunities, allowing more artists to share their work with a wider audience. The growth of digital art in Africa has been fueled by the widespread availability of mobile phones, affordable laptops, and online resources that make it easier for artists to create, share, and sell their work. The internet has connected artists across the continent and the globe, creating new opportunities for collaboration and cultural exchange. Social media platforms like Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter have become vital tools for showcasing digital artwork, allowing artists to reach international audiences and build a following outside of traditional gallery spaces. As a result, African digital artists are increasingly represented in global art markets and digital art exhibitions, contributing to the diversification of artistic expression and broadening the understanding of African art on the world stage. One of the most exciting aspects of digital art in Africa is its ability to bridge the gap between traditional cultural practices and modern technology. Artists are increasingly incorporating elements of African heritage, symbolism, and storytelling into their digital works, merging ancient traditions with contemporary visual languages. This fusion results in art that is both innovative and culturally resonant, creating new ways to explore African identity, history, and social issues. For example, digital artists might use animation to reimagine ancient myths or employ interactive media to address issues such as migration, climate change, or political unrest, topics that resonate deeply in the African context. Moreover, the rise of digital technology in African creativity also fosters new forms of collaboration. Artists from different backgrounds, countries, and disciplines are coming together to create multimedia projects that combine various art forms, from sound design and performance to video art and virtual installations. Digital platforms, such as virtual art fairs and online galleries, allow these collaborative works to reach international audiences, offering African artists the opportunity to challenge global perceptions of African art and contribute to larger conversations in the art world. However, despite the exciting potential of digital art, challenges remain. Limited access to resources and infrastructure in certain regions can hinder the ability of artists to fully exploit digital technology. The cost of high-end equipment, software, and internet connectivity remains a barrier for many emerging digital artists in Africa, particularly those in rural or underserved areas. Additionally, issues around copyright, intellectual property, and digital piracy are increasingly important as African artists navigate the complexities of the global digital art market. In conclusion, the rise of digital art and technology in African creativity is transforming the continent's artistic landscape, offering exciting opportunities for innovation and global recognition. By embracing digital tools, African artists are reimagining traditional art forms, addressing contemporary social and political issues, and redefining what it means to create art in the 21st century. Although challenges persist, the future of digital art in Africa is bright, with the potential for continued growth and a lasting impact on the global art scene. Photography and film as tools for social commentary. Photography and film have become powerful tools for social commentary in Africa, offering unique ways for artists to capture the continent's complex realities, challenge societal norms, and provoke conversations on key social, political, and cultural issues. Both mediums have long been integral to African artistic expression, but in the contemporary context, they have gained prominence as vehicles for activism, representation, and storytelling. Through their lens, African photographers and filmmakers provide insightful perspectives on everything from historical injustices to modern-day struggles, allowing them to engage directly with audiences and influence change. In the realm of photography, many African photographers use the medium to document the everyday lives, struggles, and triumphs of people across the continent. By focusing on issues such as poverty, migration, gender inequality, and environmental degradation, photographers shed light on topics that may otherwise remain unseen or misunderstood. For example, artists like Zanele Muholi and Santu Mofokeng have used photography to capture the nuances of African identity, sexuality, and the experience of marginalized communities. Their works go beyond mere documentation. They serve as calls to action, aiming to inspire empathy and solidarity across cultural and national boundaries. Film has a similar power to comment on social issues, often through narrative storytelling that blends reality with fiction. African filmmakers use cinema to explore topics such as colonialism, political corruption, identity, and the struggles for freedom and justice. Filmmakers like Ousmane Sembène, known as the father of African cinema, and contemporary directors like Wanuri Kahiu and Akin Omotoso use the medium to comment on the historical and ongoing challenges faced by African societies. These films reflect the social and political climate of the continent, offering critiques of power structures, gender dynamics, and the impact of global forces on local communities. Through the lens of film, African stories reach a wide global audience, sparking important conversations about race, identity, and social change. The ability of photography and film to depict real-life events and emotions makes them particularly potent in engaging viewers on an emotional level. In some cases, they have played a direct role in social movements and political change. The image of a child soldier in war-torn regions, or a powerful scene depicting human rights violations, can catalyze global outrage and mobilize people to demand action. Furthermore, with the increasing accessibility of digital technology, African filmmakers and photographers now have more opportunities to create, distribute, and share their works with international audiences, bypassing traditional barriers in the film and photography industries. However, these mediums also face challenges, such as censorship, lack of funding, and limited access to distribution networks. Despite these obstacles, African photography and film continue to evolve as influential forms of social commentary. Through their compelling images and stories, they provide an authentic and diverse representation of the African experience, amplifying voices that are often underrepresented in global media. In conclusion, photography and film in Africa are vital tools for social commentary, offering artists a platform to address crucial issues facing the continent. These mediums have the power to challenge dominant narratives, shed light on hidden struggles, and influence global conversations on topics such as justice, human rights, and identity. As these forms of artistic expression continue to grow and develop, they will undoubtedly remain central to the discourse around social change and the future of Africa in the global landscape. Virtual reality, AI, and experimental art forms. The emergence of virtual reality, VR, artificial intelligence, AI, and experimental art forms is revolutionizing the way African artists engage with their craft, pushing the boundaries of creativity and offering new avenues for storytelling, expression, and interaction. These technological innovations are breaking down traditional barriers, allowing artists to experiment with immersive experiences and cutting-edge media in ways that were previously unimaginable. As African art continues to evolve, VR, AI, and experimental techniques are transforming how African narratives are created, shared, and experienced on a global scale. Virtual reality, in particular, has opened up new dimensions for African artists, providing a platform for them to create fully immersive environments that transport viewers into alternate worlds. VR technology allows artists to craft three-dimensional spaces where audiences can engage with the art in a highly interactive and personal way. For example, VR can be used to recreate historical events or traditional African rituals, giving viewers the opportunity to experience cultural practices in a completely new format. Artists such as Khalil Joseph and Kudzanai Violet Wami have embraced VR and other interactive technologies to explore themes like identity, migration, and African history, creating experiences that blur the line between reality and imagination. Artificial intelligence, meanwhile, is providing African artists with the ability to create artworks that evolve over time, challenge traditional methods of production, and experiment with data-driven approaches. AI is being used to generate art, such as digital portraits and music compositions, and can respond to human input, creating dynamic works that adapt and change based on audience interaction. AI-powered art has raised interesting questions about authorship, creativity, and the role of technology in artistic expression. Artists like Michaela Yearwood Dan and Nana Oforiata Ayim are pushing the boundaries of what AI can do in the realm of art, experimenting with machine learning to incorporate diverse elements from African culture into their works, while interrogating the intersection of art, technology, and culture. Additionally, experimental art forms such as generative art, digital installations, and augmented reality (AR) have become platforms for African artists to push boundaries and explore innovative ways of engaging audiences. These mediums allow for multisensory experiences that fuse visual, auditory, and tactile elements, immersing viewers in the work in a way that traditional art forms cannot achieve. By blending technology with traditional African aesthetics, artists are able to create hybrid works that challenge perceptions and expand the definition of African art. These experimental approaches allow African artists to navigate both contemporary issues and their heritage, reflecting on topics such as colonialism, globalization, and the effects of modernity on indigenous cultures. The use of VR, AI, and experimental art forms in Africa, however, does come with its own set of challenges. Access to high-end technology and training is limited in certain regions, and there are concerns regarding the preservation and longevity of digital works. Moreover, while these art forms are increasingly gaining recognition, there remains a need for more institutional support and funding to ensure that African artists can fully harness the potential of these technologies. In conclusion, the integration of virtual reality, AI, and experimental art forms into the African art scene is expanding the possibilities of creativity, offering new ways to explore African identity, culture, and history. As these technologies continue to evolve, African artists will likely continue to lead the way in innovating within the global art landscape, engaging with contemporary issues in unique and thought-provoking ways. The role of social media in promoting African art. In recent years, social media has emerged as one of the most powerful tools for promoting African art, connecting artists with audiences, collectors, and institutions on a global scale. The rise of platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube has enabled African artists to showcase their work, share their stories, and engage directly with both local and international communities. Social media has not only transformed the way African art is produced and consumed, but has also democratized access to the art world, providing artists from diverse backgrounds and regions with unprecedented visibility. One of the most significant impacts of social media on African art is its ability to bypass traditional gatekeepers, such as galleries and museums, who have often held the power to determine which artists gain recognition and access to the market. Through platforms like Instagram, artists can self-promote their work, build their personal brands, and directly interact with followers, curators, and collectors. This direct engagement has led to the emergence of a new generation of African artists who are able to thrive outside of traditional art institutions, allowing for a more diverse representation of African artistic practices. Artists like Laulu Senbanjo and Jepchumba have leveraged social media to build global followings, showcasing their unique approaches to African identity, culture, and aesthetics. Social media also serves as a virtual gallery space where artists can display their work for free or at minimal cost. This is particularly significant in a continent where many artists may not have access to physical galleries or may face financial barriers to exhibiting their art. The ability to share high-quality images or videos of artwork on social media has made it easier for artists to reach a broader audience, leading to increased sales, exhibitions, and collaborations. In this way, social media has played a pivotal role in the commercialization of African art, helping artists tap into global markets and attract international collectors and patrons. Moreover, social media has become a platform for critical discourse and the exchange of ideas, allowing African artists to participate in global conversations on art, politics, and social issues. Hashtags, online campaigns, and virtual exhibitions have given rise to conversations about African art's role in addressing contemporary challenges, such as political unrest, gender inequality, and post-colonial identity. Social media has created a space where African art can be recognized for its relevance and power in the modern world, with artists using the platform to not only promote their work, but also raise awareness about pressing social and cultural issues. In addition to promoting individual artists, social media has also contributed to the rise of collaborative art movements and initiatives across Africa. Platforms like Instagram have made it easier for artists from different countries to collaborate on projects, organize virtual exhibitions, and engage in joint campaigns that amplify African voices in the global art scene. This has fostered a sense of community and solidarity among African artists, facilitating cross-border exchanges and collaborations that would have been difficult in a pre-digital era. While social media has undoubtedly opened up new possibilities for African art, it also presents challenges. The speed at which content is produced and consumed can sometimes overshadow deeper engagement with the work itself. Additionally, issues like digital piracy and the difficulty of ensuring fair compensation for artists remain concerns in the online art world. In conclusion, social media has played a transformative role in promoting African art, allowing artists to bypass traditional gatekeepers, expand their audiences, and engage in meaningful conversations about culture and identity. As these platforms continue to evolve, they will undoubtedly remain central to the future of African art, providing new opportunities for visibility, collaboration, and global recognition. Challenges and opportunities for African digital artists. The rise of digital art has presented both significant challenges and exciting opportunities for African artists, allowing them to engage with new mediums, reach global audiences, and expand the boundaries of their creative expression. However, the digital art landscape also poses several obstacles, particularly for those in Africa, where access to technology, infrastructure, and resources can be limited. Despite these challenges, the potential for growth and innovation in African digital art remains vast. One of the primary challenges for African digital artists is the limited access to the necessary tools and technology. High-quality software, powerful computers, and reliable internet connections are essential for creating professional-level digital art. Yet many artists in Africa face difficulties accessing these resources. In rural areas and economically disadvantaged regions, the lack of access to technology can be a significant barrier to entry. Furthermore, the high cost of digital equipment and software subscriptions can make it difficult for emerging artists to compete with their global counterparts, creating an uneven playing field. Another challenge is the relatively low level of digital literacy in some parts of Africa. While many young people are increasingly tech-savvy, there are still regions where digital education and skills development are not widely accessible. This creates a gap between artists who can leverage digital tools and those who are still reliant on traditional art forms. The need for training programs, workshops, and institutions that can equip artists with the skills needed to thrive in the digital space is crucial to addressing this challenge. Despite these obstacles, the opportunities for African digital artists are immense. The digital space offers African artists the ability to connect with global audiences and showcase their work in ways that were not possible with traditional media. Platforms like Instagram, Behance, and online art marketplaces enable artists to share their creations with a worldwide community, bypassing the limitations of physical galleries and exhibition spaces. This global exposure has led to the rise of African digital art collectors and an increasing demand for African digital artworks, particularly in the realm of NFTs, non-fungible tokens, which have opened up new avenues for selling and trading digital art. Moreover, digital art provides African artists with the opportunity to explore new creative possibilities and experiment with various techniques that combine traditional African aesthetics with contemporary technologies. Digital platforms allow for the fusion of video, animation, sound, and interactive elements, giving artists the tools to create immersive experiences that engage audiences on multiple sensory levels. This innovation has led to the emergence of a new generation of African digital artists who are blending cultural heritage with futuristic technologies, reshaping the global art scene. Another opportunity lies in the potential for digital art to address pressing social and political issues within Africa. Artists can use the digital medium to create thought-provoking works that comment on themes such as political unrest, environmental degradation, identity, and social justice. The flexibility of digital media allows for real-time responses to societal events, with artists able to quickly share their perspectives and create artworks that resonate with contemporary audiences. In conclusion, while African digital artists face challenges related to access, resources, and skills development, the opportunities in the digital art space are vast and transformative. By overcoming these hurdles, African artists have the potential to redefine the global art landscape, combining tradition with technology and creating innovative works that speak to the complexities of modern African life. As the digital art ecosystem continues to evolve, so too will the impact and visibility of African artists within the global creative community. Chapter 12: Art and Spirituality. In African cultures, art and spirituality are deeply intertwined, with art serving as a vehicle for connecting the physical world with the spiritual realm. Throughout the continent, art plays a vital role in rituals, religious ceremonies, and the worship of deities, ancestors, and spirits. From sculptures and masks to body adornment and architectural design, African art is often imbued with spiritual significance, reflecting the beliefs, values, and cosmologies of various communities. In many African societies, the creation of art is viewed as a spiritual practice. Artists are often seen as intermediaries between the human and divine realms, tasked with channeling spiritual energy and giving form to the intangible. This role is particularly evident in the creation of ritual objects, such as masks, statues, and altars, which are believed to embody the presence of spirits or ancestors. These works are often made with specific ceremonial purposes in mind, such as facilitating communication with the spirit world, or marking important life events like births, marriages, and funerals. One of the most significant ways in which African art engages with spirituality is through its role in ancestral worship. Ancestors are considered key figures in African belief systems, with the dead being revered as powerful forces that continue to influence the living. Artworks created for ancestor worship, such as carved figures, altars, and offering vessels, serve as a means of honoring the deceased and ensuring their ongoing protection and guidance. These objects are often placed in sacred spaces, such as family shrines or communal temples, where they are used in rituals to invoke the presence of the ancestors and seek their blessings. In many African cultures, art also plays a crucial role in initiation rites, which mark an individual's transition from one stage of life to another. During these rites, which often involve the passage from childhood to adulthood, art is used as a tool for spiritual transformation. For example, body painting, scarification, and the wearing of masks are common practices in initiation ceremonies. These forms of adornment are believed to help the initiate connect with their spiritual identity and undergo a process of purification or enlightenment. The artistic practices associated with initiation rites are often steeped in symbolism, with each design and motif carrying specific spiritual meanings related to identity, power, and social roles. In addition to its role in religious practices, African art also reflects broader cosmological beliefs, offering a visual representation of the universe and the forces that govern it. Many African artworks are characterized by a symbolic use of colors, shapes, and patterns that represent natural elements, deities, and spiritual concepts. For example, the use of specific colors in textiles, beadwork, or pottery may be associated with particular spiritual qualities or forces, such as fertility, strength, or protection. The abstract or stylized forms often found in African art are intended to convey deeper truths about the interconnectedness of life, death, and the cosmos. In conclusion, art and spirituality in Africa are inseparable, with art serving as both a medium and a conduit for spiritual expression. From ancestral veneration to initiation rituals and cosmic symbolism, African art provides a tangible means of engaging with the divine, the ancestral world, and the forces that shape existence. Through its powerful combination of creativity, symbolism, and spiritual purpose, African art continues to play a vital role in the religious and spiritual life of the continent, preserving and transmitting the deep cultural and spiritual heritage of its people. The connection between art and religion in Africa. In Africa, art is intricately linked to religion, functioning as a bridge between the physical world and the spiritual realm. Across diverse African cultures, art is not merely an aesthetic pursuit, but a means of engaging with the divine, the ancestors, and the spiritual forces that govern life. Religious beliefs and practices are deeply embedded in the creation and use of art, whether in rituals, worship, or community ceremonies. From the sacred objects used in religious ceremonies to the architectural designs of temples and shrines, art serves as both a symbol of religious identity and a tool for spiritual connection. At the heart of this connection is the belief in the presence of spiritual forces that can be accessed, honored, and invoked through artistic expression. Artworks such as masks, sculptures, paintings, and ritual objects are not simply decorative. They are considered embodiments of spiritual power. In many African cultures, these objects are believed to carry the essence of ancestors, gods, or spirits. For example, masks used in ceremonial dances are often seen as vessels for the spirits, allowing the wearer to temporarily embody the divine or supernatural being represented by the mask. These sacred objects are treated with great reverence, and their creation is often entrusted to specialized artisans or spiritual leaders who are seen as having a deep understanding of both the material and spiritual worlds. Religious rituals and ceremonies, many of which are centered around birth, death, and fertility, are another area where art and religion intersect. Art is used to facilitate communication with the divine, to seek blessings, protection, or guidance, and to mark important life events. For example, during initiation rites, young people may undergo body painting or wear specially crafted garments and adornments that are rich with spiritual meaning. These artistic practices help initiate the individual into the spiritual and social world of the community, transforming them into fully recognized members. The role of art in ancestor worship further highlights the connection between art and religion in Africa. Ancestors are considered to be powerful spiritual beings who continue to influence the lives of their descendants. Through the creation of ritual objects such as ancestor figures, altars, and shrines, art becomes a conduit for honoring and communicating with the deceased. These objects are often placed in sacred spaces where they are used in rituals designed to seek the blessings, protection, and guidance of the ancestors. Additionally, many African religious beliefs are reflected in the symbolism found in art. Colors, shapes, and patterns in African art often carry deep religious meaning, representing the elements of nature, the forces of the cosmos, and divine attributes. For instance, the use of specific colors in textiles or beadwork may be associated with particular deities or spiritual forces, while geometric patterns in pottery or sculpture might represent the interconnectedness of life, death, and the universe. In conclusion, the connection between art and religion in Africa is profound and inseparable. Art in Africa is not merely a reflection of religious beliefs, but an active medium through which individuals and communities engage with the divine, the spiritual, and the ancestral. Whether in rituals, sacred objects, or symbolic representations of cosmological beliefs, art serves as both a tool and a manifestation of the religious practices that are central to African life. Through its vibrant and deeply meaningful expressions, African art continues to be an essential part of the spiritual and religious experience on the continent. Ritual objects and sacred symbolism. In African cultures, ritual objects are essential components of religious practices, acting as conduits for spiritual energy, communication with the divine, and the honoring of ancestors. These objects hold deep sacred significance, often representing powerful forces, deities, or spiritual beings. Whether used in ceremonies, rites of passage, or daily life, ritual objects serve as more than just tools. They embody the spiritual beliefs and cosmologies of the communities that create and use them. The connection between these objects and the symbolic meaning they carry is central to understanding the role of art in African religious life. Ritual objects, such as masks, sculptures, altars, and ceremonial vessels, are often imbued with symbolism that reflects the beliefs of a particular community. The design, materials, and use of these objects are typically informed by religious or cosmological principles. For example, in many African societies, masks are used in initiation ceremonies, funerary rites, or harvest celebrations. These masks are considered to hold the spirit of the being they represent, whether it be an ancestor, a god, or an animal. Through dance, the wearer of the mask enters a state of spiritual transformation, acting as an intermediary between the human world and the divine. The shape, size, and color of the mask often hold symbolic meaning, as different motifs and features are linked to specific spiritual attributes, such as wisdom, strength, fertility, or protection. Sculptural objects, such as ancestral figures or deities, are also significant in African religious practices. These figures are often created to represent the spirits of ancestors, gods, or supernatural forces. The art of carving these figures is seen as a sacred task, with the sculptor working closely with spiritual guides or elders to ensure that the figure faithfully embodies the spirit it represents. These figures are placed in sacred spaces, such as family shrines or community temples, where they are used in rituals to invoke blessings, guidance, or protection from the ancestral spirits. The spiritual significance of these objects lies not only in their visual representation, but also in the belief that they serve as a vessel for the spirit they represent. In addition to their physical forms, the materials used in creating ritual objects are also laden with symbolism. The choice of material can reflect the spiritual qualities associated with that substance. For example, wood, often used in the carving of masks and figures, is believed to have the ability to connect the physical world to the spiritual realm, while metal, used in the creation of ritual vessels or adornments, is associated with strength and durability. Beads, which are commonly used in African rituals and adornments, may carry meanings related to fertility, wealth, or social status, and are often seen as symbols of protection or spiritual power. The symbolism within ritual objects extends to the broader spiritual framework of many African cultures. For instance, many African religious beliefs emphasize the interconnectedness of the material and spiritual worlds, And this belief is reflected in the use of objects that bridge these realms. Artworks and ritual items are not only viewed as representations of the sacred, but also as active participants in the spiritual and social life of the community. In conclusion, ritual objects in African cultures are more than mere artistic creations. They are sacred symbols that embody spiritual forces, serve as conduits for divine communication, and facilitate the practice of religion. Whether through masks, sculptures, or other objects, these works are intricately linked to the belief systems of the communities that create them, acting as powerful tools for invoking, honoring, and connecting with the spiritual world. Through their symbolic meanings and ceremonial uses, ritual objects in Africa play an essential role in the religious and cultural life of the continent. Art as a medium for ancestral communication. In many African cultures, art serves as a powerful medium for communication with ancestors, bridging the gap between the living and the spiritual realm. Ancestral veneration is a central practice across the continent, with art being one of the primary ways to honor, remember, and engage with the spirits of the deceased. Through various forms of artistic expression, such as sculpture, masks, paintings, and ritual objects, Africans seek to maintain a spiritual connection with their ancestors, ensuring their guidance, protection, and continued influence on the living. The role of art in ancestral communication is rooted in the belief that the spirits of ancestors are not only present, but active participants in the lives of their descendants. Artworks that represent or invoke these ancestors are seen as vehicles that carry the spirit or essence of the deceased. For example, ancestral statues or figurines are often placed in sacred spaces or family shrines. These objects are regarded as more than just representations. They are believed to house the spirit of the ancestor they depict. Through these mediums, the living can communicate their needs, seek advice, or offer thanks, knowing that the spirits are watching over them and that their ancestral power can influence the present world. Masks are another important art form used in ancestral communication. In many African communities, masks are worn during rituals, dances, and ceremonies as a way to channel the energy of the ancestors. When an individual dons a mask, they are believed to temporarily embody the spirit or essence of the ancestor or deity that the mask represents. This transformation allows the wearer to interact directly with the spiritual realm, receiving wisdom or blessings, and acting as an intermediary between the human and spiritual worlds. The intricate designs and symbolic features of masks often reflect the specific qualities or powers associated with the ancestor or deity being invoked, such as protection, fertility, or guidance. Beyond physical representations, the artistic elements used in creating ritual objects, such as symbols, colors, and materials, are infused with meanings that connect the artwork to the spiritual world. For example, beads and textiles used in sacred rituals often symbolize the continuity between generations, the flow of life, and the protection of the community. These items are worn or displayed during ancestral rites, connecting the present moment with the collective memory of those who have passed. The act of creating these works of art is also seen as a spiritual practice. Artists are often regarded as mediators who possess the knowledge and skill to bring forth objects that can communicate with the ancestors. The process of creating ancestral art is not just an act of craftsmanship, but a deeply spiritual endeavor, one that requires an understanding of both the physical and spiritual realms. In many cultures, the relationship between art and ancestor worship is cyclical, with the living offering their artistic creations to the spirits, who in turn bless or guide them. Through art, the boundary between the living and the dead becomes porous, and ancestors are continually present in the lives of their descendants. This spiritual continuity helps reinforce the cultural values and social structures that bind communities together, ensuring that the wisdom, traditions, and protection of the ancestors are passed down through generations. In conclusion, art in African cultures is much more than aesthetic expression. It is a vital means of communication with ancestors. Through sculptures, masks, and other ritual objects, art becomes a conduit for spiritual connection, allowing the living to engage with the spirits of their forebears and seek their guidance and protection. This relationship between art and ancestral communication is central to maintaining cultural continuity and spiritual well-being in many African communities. Shamanistic and divination practices in artistic expression. In many African cultures, shamanism and divination are deeply intertwined with artistic expression. These practices involve the use of symbolic, ritualistic art to communicate with the spiritual realm, gain insights into the future, or access hidden knowledge. Shamans, diviners, and spiritual leaders often employ art as a medium to interpret spiritual messages, channel supernatural forces, and bring healing to individuals or communities. Art becomes a conduit for the sacred and the mysterious, and it plays a central role in shamanistic practices across the continent. Divination, the practice of seeking knowledge of the future or the unknown through supernatural means, is often supported by the use of ritual objects and symbols that are artistically crafted. In many African societies, diviners use specialized tools, such as carved wooden figures, ritual masks, and divination boards to perform their duties. These tools are not only practical objects, they are deeply symbolic, representing the link between the human and spiritual worlds. The diviner interprets the patterns and signs that emerge through their interaction with these objects, which may be made of specific materials, such as wood, metal, or beads, each with its own spiritual significance. For example, in the Yoruba tradition of Ifa, a diviner uses a wooden tray, or opal, with carved figures to interpret messages from the spirits or deities, often drawing on the symbolism embedded in the figures to communicate specific insights. Shamanistic practices also rely heavily on masks, sculptures, and other art forms to facilitate spiritual experiences. In some African cultures, shamans or spiritual healers use masks to embody the spirits they channel. These masks may represent ancestors, deities, or other spiritual entities, and they are believed to hold the power of transformation. When worn during rituals, these masks allow the wearer to become a vessel for spiritual forces, enabling them to access realms beyond the physical world. The act of wearing and performing in these masks is a form of artistic expression that is simultaneously a shamanic ritual, facilitating communication with the divine and the ancestors. In addition to masks, sculptures are often used to invoke healing powers, guide individuals through transitions, or protect communities from spiritual harm. Many of these sculptures are considered sacred and are used only in specific spiritual or shamanistic contexts. These works of art may be created to honor specific deities or spirits that are believed to hold the key to personal or collective well-being. The materials used to create these sculptures, whether wood, stone, clay, or metal, are often selected based on their symbolic associations with spiritual power, fertility, strength, or protection. Shamanistic and divination-related art is also linked to the concept of transformation. The belief that spiritual forces can manifest in physical form through the creative process is central to many African cosmologies. Artistic creations are often thought to be imbued with the power to transform individuals or environments. For example, ritual masks used in shamanic dances are not merely decorative. They are tools for spiritual transformation, allowing the wearer to transcend their individual identity and embody a spiritual being or force. In conclusion, shamanistic and divination practices in African art reveal the profound connection between the material world and the spiritual realm. Through the creation and use of ritual objects, masks, and sculptures, African artists and spiritual practitioners are able to bridge the gap between the known and the unknown, the physical and the supernatural. Art becomes a vital tool for accessing divine wisdom, healing, and protection, and it remains a powerful means of spiritual expression in many African cultures. Through these practices, art is not just an aesthetic pursuit, but an integral part of a sacred, transformative process that connects individuals and communities to their spiritual ancestors and forces. The influence of Christianity and Islam on African art. The introduction of Christianity and Islam to Africa has had a profound impact on the continent's artistic traditions, reshaping the ways in which art is created, used, and understood. Both religions, which arrived in Africa centuries ago, brought with them new religious concepts, cultural practices, and artistic aesthetics. As they intersected with indigenous African beliefs, they influenced art in various ways, leading to the development of new forms, techniques, and symbolic representations that reflect the fusion of African traditions with the teachings of these two major world religions. Christianity, which spread across the continent during the colonial period and through missionary activities, introduced new themes such as biblical stories, saints, and Christian symbols into African art. In many African communities, Christian missionaries established churches that became centers of artistic production, with local artisans creating religious objects such as altarpieces, icons, and stained glass windows. These artworks often blended Christian iconography with indigenous African styles, creating unique hybrid forms that resonated with local cultural practices. For example, in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, religious paintings depicting biblical scenes are often executed in vibrant colors and stylized forms, drawing on traditional Ethiopian art. Similarly, wood carvings, sculptures, and textiles created for Christian purposes in Africa often combine Christian themes with indigenous symbolism, representing a synthesis of the two belief systems. Islam, which arrived in North Africa and spread into sub-Saharan Africa over many centuries, also influenced African art, particularly in the realms of architecture, calligraphy, and decorative arts. The spread of Islam brought with it a distinctive artistic tradition, characterized by geometric patterns, arabesques, and calligraphy. Islamic art emphasizes aniconism, the avoidance of depicting human or animal forms, leading to the development of intricate abstract designs that emphasize beauty, symmetry, and the power of written language. In West Africa, the influence of Islam can be seen in the architectural styles of mosques, where the use of decorative tiles, geometric patterns, and inscriptions from the Quran are commonly featured. Similarly, Islamic calligraphy has become an important artistic form in African societies, with the script being used to adorn manuscripts, buildings, and everyday objects. This emphasis on written texts has fostered a tradition of manuscript illumination, where African scribes and artists have added their own unique designs and symbols to Quranic manuscripts, creating works of art that merge Islamic faith with local African aesthetics. In both Christian and Islamic contexts, African artists have also adapted religious symbols to reflect local beliefs, practices, and social structures. This is evident in the way religious figures and narratives are represented in art, often incorporating traditional African motifs, materials, and forms. For example, in Christian art, figures like Christ or the Virgin Mary are sometimes depicted with African facial features, clothing, or hairstyles, making them more relatable to local communities. Similarly, Islamic art in Africa often reflects the region's cultural diversity, with Islamic symbols and calligraphy intertwined with African designs, creating a distinctive and localized version of Islamic art. The influence of Christianity and Islam on African art is not just a historical phenomenon. It continues to evolve in contemporary African art. Modern African artists, while drawing on traditional themes and methods, often incorporate religious symbols such as crosses, crescent moons, and Quranic verses into their work, using these symbols to explore questions of identity, spirituality, and cultural fusion. These artists engage with their religious heritage in innovative ways, creating works that reflect both the legacy of colonialism and the continued importance of religion in African life. In conclusion, the impact of Christianity and Islam on African art has been profound and enduring. Both religions have introduced new artistic forms, ideas, and practices, which have been adapted and transformed through the lens of African cultural traditions. The result is a rich and diverse artistic heritage that continues to evolve and reflect the complex interplay between African belief systems and the global religions that have shaped the continent's history. Chapter 13, Conclusion. The arts of Africa, with their rich diversity and deep cultural significance, offer a powerful lens through which to understand the continent's history, values, and worldviews. From the earliest rock art to contemporary digital expressions, African art has served not only as a means of creative expression, but also as a tool for communication, spirituality, and social commentary. As this exploration has shown, African art is not a static or monolithic tradition, but a dynamic and evolving form that responds to both internal and external influences. It reflects the complexities of the African experience, shaped by centuries of cultural exchange, colonial history, and global interactions. The traditional arts of Africa, including sculpture, mask making, textiles, and pottery, continue to carry deep symbolic meaning, representing spiritual beliefs, social roles, and ancestral connections. These art forms have been influenced by African cosmologies, community practices, and the materials available in each region, creating a vast and varied artistic heritage. The integration of art into daily life and rituals highlights its essential role in the spiritual and social fabric of African societies. Even as African art adapted to the challenges and changes brought by colonization, many traditional practices have persisted, sometimes blending with new techniques and forms introduced by missionaries, colonial administrators, and other external forces. At the same time, the colonial and post-colonial eras have introduced new dimensions to African art, including the impact of Christianity, Islam, and Western art movements. As African artists responded to the changing political, cultural, and social landscapes, they created new forms of expression that reflect the challenges of identity, resistance, and transformation. These modern and contemporary movements have given rise to powerful works of art that engage with global issues while remaining firmly rooted in local contexts. The influence of African art on the global stage has also been significant, with African artists making lasting contributions to the broader art world and redefining the boundaries of contemporary art. In recent decades, the emergence of digital and multimedia arts has expanded the possibilities for African artists, offering new tools for expression and reaching global audiences. Social media, digital platforms, and technological innovations have enabled African artists to share their work with the world, allowing for new forms of interaction, collaboration, and visibility. However, challenges such as access to resources, the commercialization of art, and questions of cultural appropriation continue to shape the future of African art in the global market. The future of African art lies in its continued ability to adapt and innovate. As African artists continue to engage with both tradition and modernity, their work will reflect the continent's ever-changing landscapes, struggles, and aspirations. The richness of African art, deeply rooted in spirituality, community, and identity, will continue to inspire and influence both African and global audiences for generations to come.